but it's not, yeah, I'm just bad at that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I don't either, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Callie, that's probably because you did it in a respectful way. You built a rapport with the person. You didn't just hop into their stream and be like, Book! Here! Get me! Get me! Here, take! Something super simple, like what Deja was talking about, like the workshop kind of stuff, where you pick, like, you know, 5 words, a topic, you have to use the 5 words, the topic, and it can only be, like, let's say 300 words. Because we're trying to fill holes, and by filling holes, we're kind of making more holes. But I think at this point, we have the structure of, okay, so you have the first scene, the introduction with the NSA, she's gaining access to the computer, she has these credentials, so she's important. The comparison between the lab that she's in and the left-handed Hector, and the lab that the right-handed Hector gets pulled to. Like, I am the low, ripe-hanging fucking fruit. So I'm literally advocating for shit that I would most likely be the very first. This is why you need deontology. I don't know what that is, Levi, but sure. Hey, Fox, how's it going? Hey, Muffin, how's it going, bro? I don't know if that's, like, TOS or just, like, frowned upon or whatever, and I just, like... I got the message pinned, so if they come in, they'll see the message pinned at the top, instantly go to your stream. Like, when someone joins, is there a way to, like, the message that it said? Because it's like, we hope you brought pizza, right? Can I do something like, hello, fellow adventurer, welcome to the world of Guy's creation. I beckon you to sit, drink, be merry, and enjoy the festivities. And no, I do not use obsidian Zerlix. I use Grok, but I mainly use it for editing. But if I'm stumped on a story, I'll throw, like, we do full plots and stuff. No! I was so close! Oh my god, yes! For sure, brother. Thank you very much, Deja. So remember, guys, you are fucking awesome. I love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Well, that's where it depends on what you want your overlay to look like, right? So you can have some sort of overlay in the background like I have, or you can have, like most people do, where it's just like, you know, like the gaming one that I have, where it's just the screen and then my camera. And that's why you can have different scenes, you can swap between things, you can have like a black screen or something if you need to bring something up on screen, or, you know, something like that. So that's why I have like 15 different fucking scenes, and like 25 different sources for all of my scenes, because then you're going to want to go to Twitch, and you're going to want to go to your alert overlays, and you're going to want to add your alert overlays. It's Sinister! Sinister X Kings X79. He needs like what? He needs like 3 more? 3 more to hit 50? Last I saw, it's either 46 or 47?
I had 50 like 3 days ago. Shit, I'll take more. I actually changed my goal to 100, so...
I'm not a normal viewer, bro. I'm kind of strange, you know.
I fucking love you, Smokey. Fuck yeah, kind of strange, man.
Truth, bro, man.
So all you need to do is just change your alerts to whatever you want your alerts to do, and then, you know, you're good to go. If you want to put the background on the background and set it up like I have it, feel free. It's the idea that it doesn't matter how dumb, retarded, what medical condition you have or whatever, it's your personality that counts. That's why I say never marry an idea. Everything is up in the air. No matter how much you love it, you're going to have to throw it away. But it's like the amount of time that it takes, because you only bring in like 1 or 2 characters at a time, right? Like, you go to each city and you bring in the adventurer and their would-be squire. Then another adventurer and their would-be squire. Has a ton of characters. Yeah. Husai's character motivation is, oh shit, I think I'm being blackmailed. So he's kind of running away, kind of investigating, but he needs to get out of the place that he's at. It doesn't have to be good, Bomb Dropper. Nothing has to be good. It just has to, you just have to want to express yourself. The want to express yourself is good enough for me. I don't care about the quality of the writing. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm only looking at the ideas. What are you trying to convey? What are you trying to tell me? Do I understand what you're trying to tell me? Do I create an image? Can I get something out of it? That's all I care about. I don't like it, but it is what it is, and you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So remember, guys, stay true to you. I fucking love you. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We're fully spectrumed! We go all across all sides. This stream. So is fired from work. Actually going there kind of ruins that unless you add another far off vista. You always have to have something that's out of reach, that's talked about, dreamed about, but never obtained. Because then the people will be like, well, there's these things that they know of that they've never been to, so imagine the things that they don't know about. Taboo, questionable stories with very, very tough, real-world, like, parables and consequences and reflections of real life and satire, irony, and horror, disgust, terribleness, and showing the darkest of humanity. So we have a collection of 12 short stories that are all like basically like, it's the idea of chicken soup for the teenage soul. Poor Smoked. Smokey loves it, don't worry. That's why he's here. It's a collection of 12 short stories that are all like kind of parable type stories that are like chicken soup for the teenage soul. But don't worry, Smokey, I love you even though we are divided by chat. It's true. We love you, Smokey. You're the best. You're the OG. If Tangier is with Todd, that's kind of what threw me off. And then Leopold and Monica are with Todd. But weren't Leopold, like, wasn't their goal to destroy the 5 pillars? Right, Smokey? Fuck you, Smokey. Do you enjoy morally twisted, fucked up, and, all around, I would just say smokadity, but like smoked but it said, I put a T so that it became smotedity, and he became smotedity, the half-brother of Aphrodite, but I'll have like 1 meal a day, maybe another half meal, like an appetizer, like nachos, or a bowl of cereal, or like a small pizza or something, and build a bunch of different characters and have like 20 different profiles, and like pull from different characters for different reasons, for different stories, and using different stories and genres to mold the character profiles around those stories? Are you gonna ask the question, Smokey, or are you just gonna... I love when people say question! It's like, now I'm just anticipating you asking a question instead of you just asking a question. Anyways, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, you guys are fucking awesome, I fucking love you. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every day, same time. But remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Callie, this 100% reminds me of you. This is 100% you. Creepy as fuck, beautiful and cute, fucked up and weird, and just absolutely abstract. Origin. Oh, I love that, Sam. Yo, what's good, everyone? We back after a day. It's another day. How's everyone going today? It's just I have this like issue. I don't know if it'll do it now, but it's like I'll bring up like a thing. Okay, well. It's doing it now, but it literally wouldn't do anything, so I'd like close it, and the window would still be there, but it wouldn't be active, so like anytime I clicked on it, it would click what was behind it, and then if I like moved a window in front of it, it would disappear. And it's like my camera wasn't working when OBS was on, I had to reset my camera. At first I thought it was maybe I had too much, I didn't have enough space on the PC or something. And then, please make sure you set an alarm for Friday, please. Yes, sounds good. Like I said, it's like, because I'm doing so many things, like, I'm usually busy with something, but, you know, I try to pay attention to things. It's 2 Eastern, which is 12 my time. Well, I was like on Monday, because I thought it was at 11, not 9, because fucking time zones. But I'm usually up at that time. Like, I usually get up at like 6:30 in the morning. Oh, like today we did the rest of the videos. So we've got another release for today, which I thought was pretty badass, epic story. Because I was like, dude, if this was a reality, oh my fucking god, this shit would be so good. This shit would solve all of our problems, and it's fucking great. Dang, I wanted to. 3, 2, 1, toke! Yo, what's up, fish? We're talking about the new released video for today. Sense a disturbance in the universe. Like cats and dogs. No, it's... Everyone knows Somalians are eating cats and dogs. They're eating the cats and dogs! I have 2 Yorkies, but I don't get to see them, fish. But you don't get to see them, fish. Hi, fish! Why does this have vocals? Get rid of vocals. Never again. Hello, Mr. Muffin. How's life down under? It must be shit living in a country that's so... How come I can't see Scotty? Wait, what do you mean you can't see me, fish? Question, not full stop. Wait. The fuck do you mean you can't see me, fish? Oh, you can't see them. I'm retarded. You can't see them because she's not on fucking camera. Because I'm on kick. True, Muffin. Here we go. Anyway, welcome in, Muffin. I know, it's only 10 minutes into the stream, guys, and I already gotta start gaslighting you. You're a she now. You said you weren't trans. I was talking about book. Shut up! I'm not ready for this, fish. No, I'm trolling him, Book. He just doesn't know it yet. Book isn't even here, kiddo. Fish! Shut the fuck up! Wait, I still have her blocked. Apologies. LOL! This time, I messed up. Hey, at least he's willing to admit it, guys. Fish fucked up. Turns around naked because no one can see me. Dang. It's like Invisible Man from Mystery Men. I can only go invisible when nobody's watching. So wait, you can only go invisible when nobody's watching and you can't see yourself. So how do you know that you're invisible? Oh, I just know. It's a feeling. You can feel when you're invisible. Although if Book weren't a minor, I would ask her about her collection. I like books myself. She's not a minor. You're getting things twisted, Fish. Man, you're really fucked up today, Fish. Book's 33. She's the same age as me. Either you're invisible, then you're blind. Void is the minor. The only two minors are Void and Muffin, as far as I know. Cause he's retarded, Book. Could have fooled me. She sure does act like one, but if I'm tripping, my bad. No, she doesn't. Wait, you're definitely thinking about Void, Fish. You're definitely thinking about Void. I don't think anything about Book is minorly. Especially not her writing. I mean, yeah, sure, but I'm immature too, Book. But you're not, like, Void level immature, right? Fish, I just don't give a shit. That's why I chill. You are 12. Yeah, he's 12, which means he should be banned because he's under 13. Oh, shit. Hey, at least she admits it. Yeah, but being immature and, like, you know... Leave Muffin alone! Admittance is the first step to the road of self-improvement. I bet you, Scotty. Fuck! I mean, true, Book. To be fair, true. Salty, yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, brother. How are you doing today, good sir? Back at her again. Where's Callie? I want to do business. Make some moolah. True, Book. Did you write anything? Do you need me to adapt anything? Or do you want to wait until there's more and then adapt for that? Or adapt and, like, edit as we go? I didn't write any more, but I want you to write more of my chapter 1, please. Okay, yeah, sounds good. And Callie's probably off doing his own thing. I'm good, just getting ready for bed. Hell yeah, Salty, that's what it's all about. Get nice and tucked in and passed the fuck out. Oh, I can feel that, brother. Hell yeah. Well, if no one has anything to present, he's playing League of Legends. Wait, Callie's playing League? Callie, you fucking traitor! Sleep is so good. I'm on my old man timing now, so I appreciate sleep. Yeah, motherfucker. Yo, what's up, Void? How's it going? Callie ain't no way you play LOL. I don't believe that Callie plays League of Legends. Callie's too chill for that. League of Legends will break his mentality, man. What is this? This isn't fair. The fuck's going on, Callie? Messaged the French dude on New Year. He still hasn't responded. Wait, Muffin, you messaged Valium Boy? You can see it in Discord? Hi, Book. I wonder who his main is. I'm a troll, so I have to main Teemo. Damn, Fish. You're just like my brother. My brother plays Teemo and Twitch. Have you seen a little of my storybook? Twitch? Pfft, get out of here. Teemo, though, that's based. Void. You should be my brother instead. It's fine. We'll try for tomorrow. Haven't had a chance yet. I don't have anything to present, but sent you a message on Discord about the SW5E thing. Yeah, I've been busy. I haven't looked at Discord all day, Salty. My PC has been a little bit of a flying bitch, let's say. I was doing a bunch of voice recording, and then I noticed that my OBS was fucked, and then I noticed that all of my file folders were fucked, and then I noticed that, like, everything was fucked. Anytime I tried to close a window, it wouldn't it would close the program, but it wouldn't close the window. It would just like leave it as an empty artifact on the screen. So I think my graphics card is dying. I'm not happy about this. This is a fucking... The Starforge PC isn't even 2 years old. Can I on disc, Scotty, since no one is presenting? I mean, yeah, if we want to fuck around for a bit, Void, I mean, we can hop into the Discord. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not, guys? Why not subject you guys to the awfulness that is this? Rip. Indeed, Salty, indeed. It's like how I know Scotty spends like 6 hours on Scrivener a day. What do you mean 6 hours, book? I spend like 18 hours on Scrivener. It's always open in the background.
Scotty?
Yeah, what's up?
It's time to do the most easiest chapter of my life for my last chapter. I just gotta copy and paste what I put on my first chapter of what is it? Quicksilver Mastery. That's all I gotta do is copy and paste.
Nice.
99 words, and that's all I have to do.
Hell yeah. Man, you got absolutely hoed on Scrivener, however it's spelled. It resets when you aren't using it.
Country.
Fun,
There.
Muffin. There's a new gacha coming out soon. Have fun and good luck. Stop
Paste.
back if you get bored.
Paste. Dang it.
So now I'm gonna go and play a bit OTM and Genshin. Hell yeah, Muffin. That's what it's all about. The reason I'm leaving is because I'm bored of this. No, I'm boring! Fuck! Shit, I need to get more entertaining. Guys, what do I have to do to get more entertaining?
So what you gotta do is
don't
you
blame
gotta
you,
be
Muffin.
like saying your famous line,
We don't have
which
pens
is
up right now.
true.
True. Get rid of Void.
Okay?
Damn, Muffin, you're like I don't want anything to do with this kid. I'm out. Muffin's like, you get rid of Void or I'm out of here. I don't know. That's a hard choice. Wrote more of my shit, Scotty. That will
Yeah,
be
don't get rid of
entertaining.
me. I'm a chill woman.
I mean, not according to Muffin.
Huh?
Not according to Muffin. Take it
What
up with
did I
Muffin.
do?
I
Say
don't
your
know.
name wrong
Take it up with Muffin.
on my, cause I called you cute, like what was it?
Muffin called me Ox. So name conventions aren't a standard.
No, remember on
Learn to take a joke. Well, we are, Muffin. It's you. I mean, what?
No, here, go to general chat on Discord and look what I said. I said like,
Am I not in the general chat on Discord? I am.
we'll go all the way up.
You're
until
about
you
to
find-
take me like a pro. Muffin is usually so nice. Muffin is learning from Fish. But I think Muffin's... Pause, Muffin. Pause! No, I told you, Fish. Every time Muffin comes in, he has to make at least one sexual joke just to make it awkward.
You see the pictures of I made everybody.
I don't see nothing. Are you talking about the right channel?
Just go up. I said cute muffin.
Oh, you were talking to Cute Muffin. He doesn't have
Remember,
Discord.
I said cute muffin.
Time to use that $80 writing program, eh, Scotty? Shut the fuck up, Fish. Don't remind me that Beezus fucked me over, and Beezus is some Scrivener shill that came in here for like 8 months and then left the day that I fucking bought Scrivener, that little fucking bitch. And he's never come back since. I will never fall for that shit again. Fuck that. No. This is bullshit. Jesus is goat. I hope he's okay. Like, I hope nothing happened to him. I hope he's just out there doing his own thing, you know? I know the hours of the stream changed, so you can't watch the stream. Buy this $1,000 magic pot.
Yeah, you
Okay. Dur. Called out every
and you can't watch the best stream ever.
True, so Salty. I'm a very frugal person. I hate spending money, and I hate using programs that require you to spend money, and I always use Notepad. And honestly, tell me that there's like a difference between these. Like, really and truly. Why is this not... Like... Is that an $80 difference? Because I'm like, I don't think that's an $80 difference. Right? But Beezus is like, hey man, you should get Scrivener. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. I'm like, oh, you know what? Alright, Beezus, I'll do the trial. So I was 9 days into the 14-day trial, and I had like a bunch of stuff on here I didn't want to transfer back over to Notepad. So I said, fuck it, alright Beezus, I like the program, I'll buy it. And then Beezus never came back to the stream ever again. And he was basically there every day. Because Beezus said he would buy it for me if I used it and I liked it. So I used the trial. And then he disappeared. And now I had to fucking spend 80 bucks on it or transfer everything back. And I was like, well, I like the program. Fuck it. I might as well get it. And so I spent the 80 fucking dollars for it. Worst $80 of my goddamn life. At least it's not a fucking subscription. Oh my god, at least it's not. Yeah, Canadian too. Yeah, Canadian dollars. No wonder your PC is dying. Look how many windows are open. What? What do you mean? This isn't even that many windows. I don't even have like tabs. Usually I have like this is usually what my tabs look like. So I'll have like I'll have this open, right? Then I'll have like Blue Horror Stories open. Then I'll have the main channel open, and then for each of these I'll have all three of my studios open. So I'll have the studio for Italk Stories, then I'll have the studio for Blue Horror, then I'll have the studio for Italks, then I'll have Reddit open, then I'll have like 3 or 4 canvas open with different like thumbnails on them. I'll have the Remove AI open. I'll probably have a couple windows of chat, like vidIQ open. I also have Sora open. I also have Suno open. So yeah, this is like the minimum amount of tabs, and I'll usually have like 2 Twitter tabs open, because I'll have Grok open, and then I'll have the Twitter homepage open, and then sometimes I'll also have Roach Ranch open. Hold control and spam T. I don't know if I want to do that. That's too many tabs. That CPU must be screaming, help, where's the relief? I might go to sleep. No productive stuff is happening. Your system stresses me out, Scotty. It's dying because it's Windows 11. Paying for convenience, that's how they get you. True. Just opens new tabs. Control W removes them. I thought... Oh, I use Control-Shift-T. That's what I'm thinking of, because, like, if you accidentally close a tab, you can Control-Shift-T to bring up the tab that you just closed. And, Book, usually for the first half an hour, we fuck around and get warmed up, right? And then after about half an hour... Wait, is Control-T tab undo? Oh, no, that's just new tab. Well, we'll get into Goblin Girl Evolution in a second here, right? Oh, I also forgot, I'll probably also have a couple YouTube videos open. Like, I'll have a YouTube open that I'm watching, I'll have a YouTube open that I'm listening to, and I'll have a YouTube open that I'm typing in. Oh. Pizza alert! Pizza alert! Pizza alert! If you know, you fucking know. Oh my god, that shit is so funny. How does that shit even happen? Book is leaving. She's gonna nap. Alright, sounds good, Book. Have a good nap. We'll see you in a bit. Maybe Callie will come back. I never got good at shortcuts. I do the old slow way for most things. Well, I'm a StarCraft player, Salty, so I'm so used to using hotkeys for shit. Burkett Gaming, yo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of art, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of reacts, a little bit of fucking around, and beta reading. So if you have any work or anything that you would like to present to the stream, or anything that is, you know, any sort of creative essence, whether it's a video or anything like that, I'm illiterate. True, Salty. Absolutely. If you listen to me talk and listen to me read, you would understand how illiterate I fucking am. I'm fucking retarded. Scotty, fix your motherfucking stream. Christ. I don't know what you're talking about, fish. We're about to go into an ad break, though. Fucking ads! Don't tell me I got ads when you got ads! So they're gotten the ads! Woo! Let's go ads! Take it away, ads! Oh, we hit them with the ads! It's the ads! It's the dead ad with the ads in the ad! You've got someone who has their pen up leaving. You're over the here screaming like a half-wit. What's up, Muffin? Oh my god! I love it! Ad attack! Nice, yeah. Give you guys a little taste of what it's like on the other side of the ad. Read? You want me to read? Are we doing a reading now? Are we doing a reading? Are we doing Goblin Girl Evolution, guys? Is that what we're getting into right now? We're getting into the Goblin Girl Evolution? I mean, my chat. Leave before I give a new viewer an impression. See ya. Oh, sounds good, Muffin. I thought you were already peacing out to play some Genshin. Go spend some money on some rolls, eh? Then again, you're a free-to-play player. How dare you be a free-to-play player? You have to feed into the billion-dollar gacha system, Muffin. How dare you? I don't know. Probably because... Fuck if I know. I think at some point in time I totally forgot that Void was even in the Discord. I still feel so bad. I feel like I'm just like completely ignoring Void. I feel like a fucking dick. Okay, bye-bye. See ya, Muffin. Take care. Enjoy your gaming, good sir. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toast! All right, boys. Let's get into it. Chapter 28, Goblin Girl Evolution. And boy, don't take me seriously. Sorry if I offended in any way. Same.
What?
We keep thinking that we're making you feel bad because we're being dicks. But we're just trying to be banter. You know? Ignored and scammed. I mean, that's the way it is. That's my luck, fish. I mean, I put all of my effort into it. They say, give me $1, I'll double it. I give them $1, they double it. They say, give me $1, or give me $10, I'll double it. I give them $10, they double it. They say, give me $100, they double it. And then they say $1,000. And I say, what happened? And they're like, oh no, you have to give another 1,000. Sorry, the system fucked up. And then I'm like, okay, well, what now? And they're like, oh, I don't know, but try sending another 1,000. Maybe that'll work. So I send another 1,000. I don't know what's going on, but at this point, like I sent maybe 18 or 19,000, and I haven't got anything back yet. At what point in time do you guys think is a reasonable point to stop? Like 50,000, 60,000? I'm thinking maybe somewhere around 80,000. You know? Like at that point, I think it's like, huh, maybe this is a scam. But I'm not like 100%, right? I don't want to be rude either, right? So it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? In for a penny, in for a pound, exactly. Every time I type and you miss it, you scam me. True, fish. Well, says, I'm working on an isekai, but I doubt it'll be ready in time to read, unless it's a short chapter reading, like proof of concept. You read a few months ago, that strategy setting one. I mean, fish, if you need help with anything that's kind of like fleshing out ideas and like trying to fix a plot hole or just having a discussion about the idea, if you're ever stuck on something, like I'd say that's like the main exercise I'm good at, is like making you look at the story from a different perspective that allows you to fill in the holes. Like, literally gives you the material that you would use to fill in those holes, right? I'm not about to have AI write for me. I need to actually level my pen up. See, I don't get AI to write for me, fish, but I do get AI to edit for me, right? Like, take the 10% weakest points in the story and emphasize them, right? And it's kind of like just elevating it just a little bit. And then it gives you insight into what you can do because I don't have any formal education in the matter, right? But anyways, okay, so quick recap on Goblin Girl Evolution. Some god showed up after Yuki was like fucking up the world and doing a great job of it. She has like 12 kids now. You know, she's got 4 wives and she's having a good time of it. All of a sudden, this douchebag comes out of nowhere, and he just sends her to hell. So now she's in hell trying to learn how to use Darkness Key. What do you think about the game Microscope? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that, Salty. Is that like a metaphorical game or a physical game? Or is that just like the idea of like the infinite zoom in? Like the picture within a picture within a picture within a picture within a picture, and you just keep zooming in, and there's just always a picture inside of it. I have a major issue with starting works. I don't know why my brain has a hard time beginning. Yeah, I'm like, I have the idea, conceptual story making game. Oh, really? Interesting. I'll have to check it out, Salty. I love that kind of stuff. I think it's great exercise for going outside of your comfort zone, especially in different genres that you don't usually write. And then it can give you that little boost of innovation that normally you would be using, like, your call on your passion for the genre to have that inspiration. But since you're, like, not necessarily a bigger fan of the genre that you're now writing, you can't get that inspiration. So having something like that really, I think is a great tool to use. Not sure if just lacking in intellect is a biological level, or if more grinding leveling is needed. Probably the latter, Fish. It's always about grinding it out more. Even if your max level is 22, you're still probably only level 12, right? So, keep pumping those levels. Anyways, so Yuki is now trying to conquer hell so she can escape hell. That's pretty much where we are now. So I'm wondering if she's gonna fuck some demons. That's my question. Because this has been a little bit dry the last couple of chapters since she got sent down here. She's been all alone. She hasn't had any fun. Alright, Goblin Girl Evolution, Chapter 28. Chaotic sandstorms, shifting earth looking like turbulent water, jagged rocks appearing and disappearing as earthquakes tossed them about. Succubussy! True, Salty. Absolutely fucking true. Rock slides, mud slides, dry quicksand. Yeah, one hell of a party. Definitely the place to cultivate earth. First, though, some stability. I drummed out a rhythm with my feet, and a massive worm shot out of the sand to devour me in its furnace of a mouth. One chaos burst to the gullet, and it was just a giant cushion to meditate upon. Bit messy, though. Really need to use Chaos Key as minimally as I can until I get the better handle on it. This time, I worked on the armor first. I'd need to if I wanted to last very long in here. Concentrating the dust veil was easy enough, but applying heat and pressure was doing wonders, causing the earthen barrier to solidify then crystallize. Before I knew it, I had plates of quartz crystals serving as ablative plates in my armor, quasidilla. It's cheese layered between a kind of flatbread of quesadilla. God damn, man, I'm terrible at... Don't listen to me, guys. I'm fucking retarded. Very tasty. Whatever. Ablative quartz armor, Celestial. Yes, Dia. Yeah, I hate English, and I know it's not an English word, but it should be translated into English. I want to vote that in 2050 we change all English words to what they sound like, not what they're spelt like. And we take all of the old ideas of English and we abolish them. Because why do we have words that are so significantly different? Why do we make English so... Why can't we just minimalize English down? I don't understand. Why do we have words that spell the same, but they don't sound the same? It drives me fucking crazy. Nah, double down. Add more sounds to pre-existing letters. So they have like CH, right? So CH makes like ch, right? But it's like a consonant and a vowel, and then the consonant after it, and then the vowel after that is the vowel before. So if you have a word like, let's say Lola, it would actually be pronounced Loal, because you would add the next vowel to the previous vowel. So the more vowels you have in a word, the more duplicates of that vowel you have. There are still mouth noises not encapsulated by language. I know, like, some African languages use, like, but yeah, I know a sound that I don't think they use in English that a very select amount of people can do. it's like Marklar, right? It's like you go to, and then you have a, and then you do, and it goes like, and it's, I don't know. There's something else to it, right? After that little display, I booked a whole stream. You became fish. Oh god, I love it. It's so good. Oh man. No one is safe, okay? No one is safe. These plates of quartz crystal are extremely hard, designed to stop any blade, arrow, or spear tip from passing through. However, they are less resilient against picks and hammers. To this end, they are designed to shatter upon a hard impact, allowing the rest of your defenses to absorb the blow more gently and release shrapnel and superheated water on your enemies. Okay, that last bit was just a bonus. Handy though, and I found I could easily regenerate the armor with a minimal key cost. Nobody can become fish. I don't know. Shut that corny ass up. I mean, fish, never say never, because when you say never is when it happens, and then you're gonna have to eat your words. I'm gonna physically print out the words, I'm gonna mail them to you, fish, and I'm gonna have you send a video to the entire stream of you eating your own words, okay? Never say never isn't... This isn't Oban's Star Racers. I don't know what that is, but, you know, oh, you don't want that. My face will break the camera. Well, it's your camera, so it doesn't matter, fish. But, I mean, I'd still love to see your face. It can't be worse than, I was gonna say Smokey. We all know Smokey would look handsome if he wasn't homeless. Homeless and dirty. If he had a shower, he would look like Ryan Reynolds. My face is as unappealing as my personality. See, fish, but you have your moments, so I feel like you're just covered in shit, and all you need to do is have a shower, shampoo that shit hair, you know, wash your face, brush your teeth, and, you know, maybe shave your beard. And, boom, you're good to go. Well, not shave it, but, like, trim it, right? It's gonna make a very anti-TOS joke. I'll abstain. Why, fish? I already brushed my teeth and trimmed my facial hair. Then you're perfectly set, fish. Then I can goon to you. Would you like that? Would you like me to goon to you? I'll do it, bro. My hygiene is... Whoa, what? Hey, man. Pause, sir. Covered my more serious concerns about the sand, stripping my flesh away until only a little gremlin skeleton remained. So I drew in more and started focusing on movement. I was right. Rooting had intertwined itself with Woodkey from the start, creating a fuse technique that was greater than the sum of its parts, which isn't to say it couldn't be improved upon. Not when I could fuse the stone I stood on into impossibly sturdy configurations, or soften bits of it just enough to give me traction. I could half bury myself to allow for maximum stability when lifting or pushing, or turn the ground below me into a surface I could just skate across with minimal friction. Seismic rooting celestial. No description this time, because I was already moving onto my senses. Like others, I was integrating tremor sense into my normal senses, learning to see the movements of Earth like they were anything else. This was normally very difficult, because stone normally moved very slowly. Here, though, everything was turbulent and chaotic, and was only beginning to calm down from my influence. I could intrinsically see the minerals all around me and the influences of water and fire on how they formed into various shapes. There was more. Metal and wood were also involved. But here, so many colors, so many shapes, sounds, textures, flavors. It was all so beautiful. Tremor's sense has integrated with perfect senses, celestial. I took my time, tuning my other senses to work in tandem with these new insights. It was so amazing. Like the headiest trip I could ever imagine turning up to 11. Everything seemed more. But it wasn't enough, because I had to grind down into attacks. Molten Strike had already absorbed the earthen and metal aspects, but that didn't mean it wouldn't take more. I cultivated, drawing in the energy around me to pulverize the ability to make it denser, heavier, hotter. Crystals began to form in the structure in spite of my best efforts, but it still formed any shape I asked it to, out of basically liquid flame. I'd have to work on the rest when I had metal, but looking at the crystal features, yeah. Technically, it wasn't water, but I used water key on the crystals to sharpen and reinforce them, to smooth and harden them, to make and unmake and remake the mineral structure of the attack consistently, creating something far more chaotic, but also far stronger. Icicle 13 integrated with Molten Strike. The land stilled, the turbulence settled as I sat atop a mountain surrounding a quiet valley, strewn with worm corpses. My eyes opened in a brown-yellow glow as I surveyed it all. Turns out the worms were good eating. Spicy. On his forest throne, the Emperor sat uneasy. He had ruled the known world for a decade now, his conquest of the human land successful, and he'd be far less frightened if Shan Eugene were in closed-door cultivation. I'm not here! Yo, Callie, you weren't here, so Book left! And now you're here, and then you're gonna leave, and Book is gonna come back! No! Stop playing telephone tag! So did you write your story yet, Callie? Is that the plan? Is that in the works, Callie? Is the pen up, as the cool boys say? Pish! I mean, what? We'd always hated the arrogant brat, but he'd been useful as a political pawn, or at least useful until he'd decided that anything that disagreed with him, even slightly, needed to die. Hi! Didn't get enough sleep. Well, isn't that how it always is, Callie? There's not enough sleep in the world for everyone, right? There's not enough sleep to go around. That's why I sleep 3 hours a day, because I know that there's not enough sleep to go around, so I don't hoard my sleep. I'm very patriotic when it comes to my sleep. I'm like, spread the word, you know? Let everyone else have it. I can handle it, you know? I'm the guy who can handle it, so I will handle it. There's some people that can't handle it, so I'll give them the leeway, right? You know, not everyone's built the same, right, Callie? And for what? Some mocking goblin. The vermin were extinct, last he heard, and none of them wanted to risk dying to Lord Shan's ill mood enough to disturb him. Yeah, what's up? I like 10 hours. I'm weak. See, Salty, I can subsidize your sleep with my sleep, right? Because I know there are people out there, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I don't need a lot of sleep, but other people do need a lot of sleep, so why not subsidize it for them, right? It's like having a lot of money and paying a lot in extra taxes. I'm just subsidizing more social programs, right? I can't do that. Oh, sorry, what's up, Void?
I'm going to leave the call for a little and we'll watch some Squid Game.
Ooh, sounds good. All right, hell yeah. Enjoy.
I'll see you just in a little.
All right, sounds good.
Alright, see ya.
Peace. Can't do that. Staying up crap in boot camp. Me and another recruit I bonded with who stayed up until 00, knowing we had to be up at 4:45. I don't do that crap anymore. I will be in bed with my black self. Okay, bye. That's okay. All you have to do, Fish, is turn out the lights and you disappear, right? I'm sorry. Hey, I turn on the lights and I disappear, right? So it's not like it's not a two-way street, right? That's why I have to wear clothes or you wouldn't be able to see me. See, white people got our own problems, Fish. And for what? Some mocking goblin. The vermin were extinct, last he heard, and none of them wanted to risk dying to Lord Shan's ill mood enough to disturb him. My body hairs give me away. I like that, Salty. I like that. That's a good one. I might steal that. That's a good one. So the Emperor sat. The crown he'd schemed his whole life to take, resting uneasy on his head. Those meddlesome prophets and priesthoods were at least gone, no longer telling him how to control his people or live his life. Good riddance. He'd hated that old bitch of a matriarch more than anyone else. Doubly so, since she was his overbearing, holier-than-thou mother. He has that Indian body hair. Do not redeem. Do not redeem! Oh no, good sir, please do not know. You do not know what you are doing. Okay, when I say redeem, do not redeem. Okay, now do we have to go back to the beginning of the process and you have to go and get another card. Because if you redeem, then we cannot do the transfer and we need to take the money from the card to put onto the transfer so that we could use that to cover the banking transfer cost so that we can transfer the $5,000. But you will not listen to my instructions and so we are winding up doing it again. Okay, sir? So could you please go buy another card so we can do this? And this time, please do not redeem the card. That is not how this works. You must give me the numbers. Okay, then I will redeem the card and then you will get the money. Okay? He hoped she was rotting in hell along with all his other enemies. Though to be fair, his enemy list was quite long and he hadn't managed to kill them all. Still, his paranoia wouldn't rest. Everyone was a lying, scheming, twisted bastard. That's how you survived. That's how he survived. Or no, you can't tell them that is the way of the world. You must present yourself as the big booba, VTube girl, and then they will trust you. But the second they hear the accent, they know it is a no, and they go back to it. I cannot tell you how much it is not fair. Okay? So why is he seeing the reflection of a short green woman with cat ears lurking behind him every time he looked in a mirror these days? From his quiet point overlooking the cosmos within his domain, the stillborn god smiled as only a skeleton could. He rarely indulged in his natural form, preferring one less unnerving to mortals. But this was a special occasion. This bit went from funny, not funny, and lasted so long it went back to funny. Well, I consider it salty. Imitation is the purest form of flattery. I grew up around a lot of brown people, and I've heavily developed the brown accent, as well as the comedic humor to play around people's aversion to it. So I'm glad with that compliment because it definitely means that I have improved with the presentation across it. From his quiet point overlooking the cosmos within his domain, the stillborn god smiled as only a skeleton could. He barely indulged in his natural form, preferring one less unnerving to mortals. But this was a special occasion. After all, just because he had his duties, he'd mean he couldn't have a little fun, or call in some favors. He even asked for Yuki's system to get a soft reset to accommodate, and a special assistant to fill in while that happened. I hang around all people, but I'm tone deaf, so struggle with accent stuff. Ah, I see. Yeah. And it's especially bad when it's like, you're using the accent and you're making, like, literally the most racist joke you can towards it, which would be, like, using a brown accent and talking about scammers, right? It is pretty, you know, stacked, let's say. But again, I think that's part of the presentation of it, is it's so ridiculous that you have to realize that it's a joke. And then on top of it, just like the on-pointness of it, just like it's like everything colliding together. Like there are two true aspects to comedy. It's either true or it hurts someone. And if it's true and it hurts someone, oh man, you have gold. That is comedy gold. Alright, well, we finally get back to the stillborn god, and we know Yuki is still a thing, but resetting that would definitely be a very interesting thing. Like, she has to go back to the beginning of cultivating all of her abilities, like being reset back to level. Could you imagine? This is one thing I've always wanted to see with, you know how people like really challenging games, right? So imagine if when you went into New Game Plus, it was New Game Plus in the fact that everything was harder, but it wasn't New Game Plus in the fact that you kept your stuff. It also, like, lowered drop rates and, like, increased the amount of stuff you actually needed to level up. So it's like, it literally made the game harder in every aspect. And you see, like, you know, New Game Plus 7, no-hit speedruns in, like, Dark Souls or Elden Ring. But you're, like, fully fucking geared, and you've got your build all set up and everything, but it's like, you're still fucked. Because the game is just, like, at, like, the speed at which the monsters move and shit like that, like, completely, entirely new combinations of their, movesets and stuff like that. So I was thinking of it, like, resetting a system like this inside is the perfect way to give someone, like, compounding power. Where it's like, you used to get, let's say, 2 HP per vitality, 0.2 attack speed per dex, and, like, 0.2 attack damage. Fucking ads interrupting me at every point in time. Them motherfuckers got no respect for my speech. You can't interrupt me while I'm in the middle of my dictation, motherfucker. What you trying to pull here? They're trying to silence me. Guys, the Canadian government doesn't want me speaking the truth. They're cracking down on me saying, nah, this guy right here, he got too much information he's spreading to people. We can't have a simple pull him up in here and get him off what you do. I don't think my Xbox is playing your ads. Nice, Salty, you're getting away from the ads. If I could, I would just delete the ads. Like, I don't have a high enough viewership that the ads are justifiable enough to interrupt the stream, right? Like, I literally make, like, 50 to 70 cents in 7 hours. I would rather just not have the ads and not have the interruption to the stream. But if it ever came down to it that, you know, I blew up, the stream blew up, you know, it would be very interesting to see ads introduced. So it's kind of like, you know, it's a double-edged sword. Not like I'll ever have more than 10 viewers, right? Like I always say, the reason I'm not popular is because I'm very abrasive. I don't adhere to social norms, and I don't, compromise in my writing or my speech. If you can't understand that I'm not being malicious, then I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I'm not gonna turn my space into a padded room for you because you have a certain view of how someone should act in society, right? The only thing I think is you should respect other people, and if you cross a line, like for instance, if I was using the brown accent and someone said that's extremely disrespectful, don't do that, I'd stop doing it, right? And then if I ever did it, I'd, like, you know, make sure they're not around or apologize if I did, right? It's like, respect people. But, you know, don't preemptively censor yourself because you're worried that you're going to off-put someone, right? It should be a waiting until someone has, like, okay, you know what? This is a little ridiculous. This is too much. I'm going to call this shit out. And it's like, okay, yeah, totally understandable. You know, I can deal with that, right? But people are just, they can't have the conversation that is coming to the common ground of understanding that there's no maliciousness. I'm a systems guy. People are going to be people. If you don't intentionally hurt people, express yourself however you want. Yeah, and that's the reason why I'll always highly alienate, like, 8 out of 10 people that listen to me or interact with me, because I don't hold anything back. I'm extremely abrasive, and I talk about topics that are very divisive. But I think that's important because I think without the discourse, we're just gonna fall back into bigotry. I think the only way to defeat bigotry in any way is to converse, discuss, integrate, and show, like, the comedic hilarity of someone who takes racism seriously. You know? And it's like, you can just literally laugh at them and be like, oh no, he's just an idiot and a retard because he actually thinks this stuff is real. He doesn't think that humans have bad side, he thinks that black people have a bad side. No, all people do, you know? And it's like that saying of, like, oh, you know, you're the white N-word, or no, this, you know, he may be a black guy, but he's still one of the N-words, right? It's like, at that point, you're not actually, like, racist against, like white people or racist against black people. You're just specious against humans, which is, like, totally understandable, because at some point in time, the scale at which the human race operates is so profoundly vast that it's like, there's no point in adhering to anything, otherwise you're just going to limit the entirety of interaction, right? I like using pronouns as an example of this. If you expect me to know your pronouns and are a dick if I get them wrong, I don't like you. If you ask me to address you a certain way and I don't like me. Exactly, Salty, right? It's like, I'm a werewoman because I'm a cross-dresser. So it's like, on the full moon, we have, like, makeup streams, right? So people will come in and make, like, you know, obviously facetious, over-the-top jokes, right? But it's like, I'm not trans, I'm just a cross-dresser, right? And it's like, the amount of people that will come in, make derogatory comments, we'll have a laugh back and forth, and then they'll follow and hang around. It's like, that is how you dismantle bigotry. Not having a, you can't say that, that's so rude, how dare you do that? It's like, I know, bro, isn't it fucked up? Yeah, I know, that's just kind of how it is, right? But hey, the world's a fucked up place, people do fucked up things, it is what it is, man. Fuck it, right? You know, bring it on. I can handle it, right? I got a strong heart. I can deal with this. And they're like, oh shit, okay, well, I don't know. And literally short circuit because they don't know how to respond to someone who's like, true, bro. They just sit there loading for a second until they're like, you know what? I can get behind this guy. Yeah. Let's do it. And be like, no, I'll get in front of you. Oh, wait, yeah, you would be behind me if that was true. True, bro. Alright, but here we go. So we need, what chapter is this? 19? No, it's chapter 20. Chapter 20 of Gamer Girl Evolution. Let's meet up. I just had, like, the terriblest thought. This is, like, the title of one of them, like, you know, predator catching videos. It's called Let's Meet Up. Oh my god. There are some things you can't make fun of. Oh, you tell me I can't make fun of something, and I'm gonna go even more harder to make fun of it. But I do agree. I mean, there are some things you just shouldn't make fun of. But that's the difference between should, would, and could, right? Like, you shouldn't make those jokes. I wouldn't make those jokes around certain people. But it's not like I couldn't make one of those jokes. Quality is equal, everyone and everything is a target. Yeah, exactly, right? I love the idea that equality in, like, a lot of people's eyes is actually, like, being superior, right? Like, I mean, this is, like, to me, like, the feminist movement thing, you know, where it's like, oh, women should be, like, individual and empowered and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, yeah, people preach equality, and it's actually, equity they want. Yeah. Equal opportunity, not, like, equilibrium of opportunity, not equilibrium of outcome, right? It's the fact that everyone can apply for a job, but that doesn't mean everyone's going to get hired for the job. I think that's where it's like people have got this shit twisted. Which definitely plays a huge role in, like, the next generation of society, because they're going to have huge, like, misinterpretations of reality. And I think that's a big problem. And it's like, people, like, not just, like, they don't just, like, what's the word? Opposite of condone. Like, they don't just accept it, they encourage it, right? It's like, if you're not actively going out of your way to encourage it, you're the bad guy. And I think this is something that's, like, with the whole, you know, like, 60 or 70% of, like, popular, public figures have, like, trans kids. And it's like, that statistic is not real. Like, like, if that statistic is real, the circumstances that led to that statistic are fake, right? That's not a selection bias. That's a outside influence. I don't think that's new. It's just twisty into different knots. I think it's the fact that people are so twisted that any other side of it is not presented as reality. It's presented as reality to people who don't understand reality. So they now, instead of just, like, having, like, some sort of mental thing or, like, fake pretending, these people actually think that's what reality is. And that's the problem. Because when they teach the next generation, oh fuck, we're done. We're done. You know? When the people who are, like, 10 to 15 now, who are basically, like, indoctrinated into this shit are, like, 30 and they're indoctrinating the next generation, it's gonna be so much worse because it's gonna be the only reality they've ever known. Instead of just being like, oh, I want to push this agenda because it makes me feel good. They're literally gonna have no idea that the world can be a different way. And the biggest problem with it is these kinds of people, in general, it's the meme of, you look at, like, a liberal white woman's friends group, and it's, like, between the ages of, within plus or minus 2 years of them, plus or minus, like 10% income, and it's, like, they're literally all the fucking same. And you look at, like, a dude's friends group, like, online, and it's, like, people from all over the world speak all different languages, all different ages, and they all watch the same anime. I think a good amount of people get confronted with reality, or reality breaks and something new is born. I think it's because people underestimate the power that your perspective has on reality. Right? Like, how can you look at the world from a different perspective that you've never seen before? Someone has to show you a completely different perspective, and you have to accept that perspective, right? You have to accept the details of it. Like, you can look at an amazing Van Gogh painting and be like, yeah, okay, that's a cool painting, and have basically no understanding of, you know, like, all the nuance and relevance that a piece of art like that portrays, right? You're just like, oh yeah, cool, it's a piece of art, whatever, right? Same thing with, like, watching anime, right? But it's like, there's something that the pieces that have lasted the test of time tell, which is like looking at modern art nowadays, for instance. Like, how many pieces of modern day art are going to be worth and have value in 100 years from now? I think there's going to be like a 40-year gap in like, basically, artistic expression across all mediums. Which is like the decline of video games, the decline of media, the decline of books. It's like everything has had this downward quality, where this mass production of our society has caused people to pick up on something, let's say, that doesn't exactly have a good quality to it, but for some reason it goes viral, right? Yo, what's up, Ninja? Usually you have to wait for the artist to die to get its longevity. Yeah, so I was saying this, I have this saying, Salty, don't get discouraged if you believe that you are producing something that is so profoundly, amazingly out of this world, and no one catches on to it. Because that means you are creating a piece of work that is so generationally profound that it will only be recognized after your death. So it's almost an encouragement that no one recognizes you. As long as you believe that you're outputting a content that is genuinely, like, groundbreaking, right? So, like, never get discouraged that you're like, I'm a fucking savant, but no one respects me. It's because no one respects savants in their time. They only respect savants after their time, because they're so far ahead of their time, everyone has to catch up to it. And for me, that's one thing where it's like, if no one ever reads my books, if no one ever takes my writing seriously, if no one ever, you know, if I never ever blow up, it's almost a, oh my god, all of my work is going to get immortalized after I die. And that's like the perspective I have towards it. So it's not a failure, it's actually a success, and everyone else is retarded for not madness and genius or a hair width away. Exactly, Salty. Exactly. What are you up to? We are just chilling, Ninja. just talking about some real shit about expression and how expression has been kind of tainted in our world due to the fact that people are so afraid to preemptively censor themselves because they're so afraid of offending someone who would literally try to go out of their way to ruin their life. And we're basically saying that I would rather, like, in that case, shoot first and ask questions later. Like, if I offend you, tell me how I offended you. I'll evaluate whether that's justifiable and whether it's respectable, and then I'll evaluate whether I should continue to do what I'm doing. I've triggered the deep stoner part of his brain. Exactly, Salty. People underestimate how philosophical you can get when you turn off your brain. It's like, I have this great clip. Oh, this shit is hilarious. I gotta, like, bookmark this so I can find it easier. Because I absolutely love this shit. Let's see if I can find it. It's around here. Did I go too far? I had to have gone too far. It's before PsyOp. Did I not like it? Where do... Is it way down here? I swear it was before the... Oh, nope, there it is. Here we are. I miss getting high daily. I quit for a bit, but I just don't have anything else I do in my life, right?
I ate some gummies, I have some questions. If the early bird gets the worm, then why do good things come to those who wait? If Cinderella's shoe fit perfectly, then why did it fall off?
Why have I
3,
never seen
2,
a
1,
baby
toe.
pigeon?
If you describe something as indescribable, then haven't you just described it? If I get out of the shower clean, then how does the towel get dirty? How does a sponge hold water if it's full of holes? Why is it called a building if it's already built? Why does quicksand work so slowly? If you're not supposed to eat at night, then why is there a light in the fridge? Why are they called apartments if they're all stuck together? Why is the time of day with the slowest traffic called rush hour? Why is it called shipping when it goes by truck, but cargo when it goes by ship? The fork you use at your favorite restaurant has been inside of 1,000 different mouths. Somebody let me off of this ride!
This shit is so good. I'm like, yes, that is absolutely the embodiment of fucking getting high for the first time, especially like with like gummies or something like that, right? Like it can really knock you off your rocker with it. I love that. Yeah. I remember the first time I got really high. We were watching Avatar eating Cheetos, and it felt like I was eating like flavored sand. And it's like, you know, like this, like magnetic sand. Like if you're old enough, you play with like magnetic sand when you were a kid. Aw, edibles. I miss Amsterdam. I'm not really an edible fan. I used to take... I probably have like $30 or $40 worth of edibles sitting somewhere, because I know I bought them before I moved. I may have even left them at the old house. I have no idea. But, I don't know, they just never did it for me. I'm like, if I wanted something a little bit more, I'll just go get drunk. Not that I really do get drunk. I mean, it doesn't take much to get me drunk either way, too. But it's one of the things you gotta maintain it throughout. And what are we reading? Ninja? The plan is right now, Gamer Girl Evolution, and then The Great Hunt. That's the plan. But are you proposing a story? Because there are so far no submissions. Edibles can be hits or miss, but love the munchies vibe. Yeah. I mean, the body numb is nice sometimes, but I don't know. Not yet. I'm still reading my anthology. I'm going to read books to gain experience. Well, there you go, Ninja. Reading is... And read inside and outside of your genre. Read amateur works and professional works. Look across all of the scales you can. Find, you know, basically make a map. There's like a spreadsheet in your mind of where you know, these skill points lie, right? You're like, oh, this is what amateurs do, this is what professionals do, this is how you can bridge the gap between professional and amateur, right? That's what I try to do. That's why I love beta reading, because you can see the differences in people's writings, right? Like the difference between your writing and Book's writing, the difference between Void's writing and Callie's writing, the difference between D-Naught's writing and Relic's writing, right? And I consider Relic fundamentally the best writer for prose that I've seen, because it just seems such a high level, like, professionalism. Like, you would think it was a real published book, right? From, like, an actually, like, millionaire author. And then D-Naught's dialogue is so Quentin Tarantino-esque and so comedically driven, it's fucking insane. If you took Relic to write the prose, D-Naught to write the dialogue, you'd have a masterclass fucking top 10 fucking seller. And you'd have a top 1 seller if you made it smut. That would be like the top selling book on Amazon of all time. 240 million copies sold in the first week. And it'd be, again, like a vampire, werewolf, minotaur story. It'd be like, have you ever watched, this is like a really old one, but have you ever watched Lucy, Daughter of the Devil? Okay, this shit. I think this is... I'm not sure. I think this might be it.
Previously on Lucy, the daughter of the devil.
We have found it. This is the prophecy. When we translate this text, we will know the child will be watched over
Okay.
by her
Damn.
unholy father. Look at the...
Okay, well, anyway, so it's about Lucy, the daughter of the devil, right? And in one episode, she gets into business with the devil, and she makes vibrators, and it literally gets to the point that it's like women basically disappear from society because her vibrators are so good that women won't leave their houses. Fucking amazing episode. And the voice of the devil is I can never remember the guy's name, but he's like Archer's voice. He's who else is, like, you know, he's Brock's voice from Venture Bros, right? Can see why it would be low-key scary. Yeah, but no, it I think it was like one of that guy's first, like, you know, like, have you ever watched Home Videos? Fuck, man, Home Videos was the best shit. That was so good. I love old fucking TV from the 90s, man. This shit is classic. But yeah, if you got some time on your hands, go watch Lucy, Daughter of the Devil. Fucking hilarious shit. Old classics. Never go, you know, those will stand the test of time. Like Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Fucking Robot Chicken. You know, all of the greats of that, that specific era. Alright. Gamer Girl Evolution, Chapter 20. Here we go. The trio, Kellen, Reese, and Talia, looked on in silence, staring at the mysterious player who had single-handedly brought down the freakish mutant. Snapped Sword stood over the fallen Cyclops, casually holding the broken blade by his side. Kellen, still wide-eyed from the battle, took an instinctive step backward, his voice shaky. "What the hell just happened?" Talia stood frozen, clearly impressed, though her brows knitted in confusion. Reese looked equally stunned. Suddenly, Talia broke the silence. Mr. Snap Sword, thank you for saving us." She smiled and tried to appear as grateful as possible. Reese nodded in agreement, too. Kellen, still stunned, just looked at the monster's corpse blankly. Snapped Sword said nothing. Instead, he just nodded nonchalantly. Celica, on the other hand, was nervous, so much so that her heart was pounding in her chest like a drum. She couldn't afford to speak, not now. Her voice could betray her identity, and she couldn't risk that, at least, not yet. Talia, who had perhaps let her curiosity get the better of her, asked in a quiet voice, "How did you get so good? You cleared that thing like it was nothing." She hesitated, as though considering something before adding, "We've been trying our best, but we're nowhere near as good as you. Did we miss something? Like some trick, or..." Snapped Sword's expression faltered for a long half-second. Strange feeling passed through Celica. Guilt, maybe? But she quickly masked it, shrugging in response and choosing not to offer any explanation. Kellen, clearly overwhelmed, was still looking at the Cyclops. Celica took note of his strange expression, and suddenly an internal conflict surged within her. Part of her wanted to speak, to let Kellen and the others know it was her. But the other part, the part that was far more cautious, understood that revealing her identity could jeopardize everything. Wasn't the right time yet. Snapped Sword turned away before they could ask any more questions. He began to walk back into the mist, his figure merging into the fog. Kellen watched his retreating form, his mouth still open and his eyes wide with disbelief. Reese chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Didn't you say you'd add him if you could?" Kellen froze, blinking rapidly, then his eyes widened in horror. "Damn it, I forgot!" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. "Why didn't you remind me? Do you think I can still catch up to him if I start running?" Talia and Reese exchanged glances. With his movement speed? Reese raised an eyebrow. "You're on your own with that one. He doesn't seem to be the talkative type either," Talia said with a smirk. Kellen grumbled, throwing his hands up in the air. "I can't believe I missed my chance!" He sighed, the excitement of the moment now tempered with regret. At least, okay, I will say this. At least they let me finish the sentence, okay? It didn't catch me mid-sentence. At least I was able to finish the sentence, okay? You know, you gotta play fair, and you gotta give them, you know, the benefit of the doubt, and sometimes, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day, okay? So, we're not gonna consider it a standard, but at least, you know, it had the courtesy, right? We'll give it that. So, I will undo that courtesy with... It's got ads up in here, I'll tell you I got my ads. But my ads ain't your ads, cause Twitch don't know how to tell ads. I'll tell you that why I get ads. The only ads I should get are ads for what I'll do. And when ads tell you what you're a turnaround for those ads, you never get a turnaround on Twitch, which is why you get so bad ads. But you know, it is what it is. We just coast on through it. But soon enough, the regret changed to determination, his heart set ablaze. When we meet again, I'll be a much better player. I'll make him acknowledge me. Kellen looked at his two friends who he'd grown up with. I've got a new goal now. Oh, Talia said softly. Here we go again, Reese said as he scratched his back. I want to be a player who can fight alongside Snap's sword, Kellen said resolutely. You've given up your title as Snap Sword's biggest fan. He's your rival now, Talia said, her eyes widening. Kellen raised a hand to his cheek and caressed it gently, his face slightly red. Ahem, well, I can't quite stop being a fan, not until I've gotten his autograph or a signed weapon, you know? Reese and Talia both facepalmed their next word in sync. Typical. Meanwhile, in the place far from the earlier battle, Celica breathed a huge sigh. She had been so careful with her silence earlier, but now, in the solitude of the marsh, she felt safe. With a faint, curious smirk, she opened her mouth and let her voice ring out. The sound that emerged was deep and rough. Undoubtedly, it was a man's voice. She stared at the ground in shock. So my concerns earlier had been for nothing. She gave a wry smile. Still, she was happy to discover that the disguise changed her voice, too. When she was sure there were no players nearby, Celica quickly tapped into her inventory. You've unequipped the Phantom's mask. You've unequipped the Phantom's blade. The notifications popped up in front of her, and she felt an odd sense of relief wash over her. Without the disguise, her avatar had reverted back to her familiar blonde self. For a moment, she just stood there, breathing in the familiar feeling of being herself again. She had no intention of keeping the mask on for long. The job was done. Kellen, Reese, and Talia were safe for now. She would have liked to have spent more time with them, and Amelia had asked her to keep an eye on them, but honestly, she was sure they'd be fine. There was nothing on this floor that could threaten them, not after the Cyclops was dealt with. Ooh, famous last words! Famous last words! What if there was another mutant on the level that was like a sub-boss? I swear I haven't read ahead, okay? Still, a small voice nagged at her. Amelia's voice, probably. She decided it was for the best to shoot them a message tomorrow, just to check in on their progress with the main quest. Although she was definitely nervous, in truth, Celica secretly really enjoyed the whole interaction. The thrill behind the unique persona and the joy of seeing their expressions of sheer amazement was unmatched. Perhaps, once she'd min-maxed everything she could on this floor, she'd put on the mask again. Maybe she'd go around helping random players in her cool outfit. Or maybe she'd do a little bit of trolling again. That was something she'd decide some other time. For now, she had her sights set on a different goal. Level 30. She was already level 27, so she wasn't far off, and using the knowledge from her regression, she knew 30 was the level cap on this floor. The sooner she hit it, the sooner she could work on other things, like her forging proficiency and coin grinding. The war ogres were the perfect enemies for her needs. These brutish creatures ranged from level 26 to 30. Their spawn rates were low, and they appeared only in select spots around the swampy landscape. Fortunately, Celica knew exactly where to consistently find them. Swamp didn't slow her down at all. She was in her element, especially now that she was in high spirits after that showdown with the Cyclops. War Ogre level 28, 29, and 26. With each encounter, Celica moved with calculated precision, exploiting the War Ogre's slow movements. Her thrusts were sharp, her slashes swift, and her parries flawless. She seamlessly animation cancelled, stringing together attacks faster than the poor ogres could react. Plus 260, plus 315, plus 230 XP. Their heavy clubs swung through the air. Celica was always one step ahead, dodging or parrying in just the right moment. Every kill was methodical, efficient, and with no wasted movement. Is there a grinding skill smut joke at some point? So far, no, not in this salty. But it has been joked in Goblin Girl Evolution, but not as much with the actual sex, but more with, like, the giving birth part. Because the character is female. And she's a goblin. So it's kind of like, the higher her skill, the more goblin babies she can have at one time. But that would definitely be funny in, like, the system announcement. Sex skill. Ultimate thrust. The up and down. The helicopter. Celestial level. The mouthwash. Celestial level. I mean, grinding the grinder skill. Oh, man. Maybe that's the satire I should have done instead of Stoner Girl Evolution. You've unlocked Ben! Oh, man. That would probably go really, really hard. I wonder if we should... You know what, Salty? Can I steal that idea? We'll credit you for it, and we'll add it to the company roster for Smut Stories. And we'll do, like, the fantasy, and it's, like, it's sex evolution. We'll do, like, sex slave evolution or something like that. And it's, like, she's, like, the mistress. And she has, like, a bunch of, you know... She gets to the point of, like, turning inanimate objects into her sex slaves. Like, kind of, like, fucking, like, Beauty and the Beast. How, like, all of, like, the, you know, the furniture and stuff in the house is, like, people, right? So she turns inanimate objects into, like, sentient objects that become sex devices. I don't own ideas. I'm a bad businessman, but great vibes. True. I wonder what book would think about that. Callie, if you're here, what do you think about that? Maybe that should be the smut story that I write. Then we can have, like, all of the diversity across the side of it. Because I could write some I have no filter when it comes to that. I'll write some fucked up shit. Like, I also have some very, you know... I'm a cross-dresser. I'm a masochist. I love bondage. I got a lot of experience with that shit. So, you know, write what you know, right? That's what they say! So bad. Oh my god. Every kill was methodical, efficient, and with no wasted movement. As the minutes passed and the enemies piled up, Celica could feel the familiar rush of gaining experience. Level up, level up, level up. Status: Celica Trevine Chrysalis, Champion of the Marsh, level 30, Human Supporter. Experience 3% towards next level. Strength 102, Agility 53, Vitality, Dex, and Endurance 5. She stared at the screen, a sense of dissatisfaction creeping in. She hadn't hit the level cap even though she was level 30, but how? Just then her mind flickered back to the strange icon she had seen earlier, the icon which wasn't originally there. She took a deep breath before sighing. They must have added more content to Floor 2. These devs can't ever stick to the script, can they? Her instinct screamed at her to investigate, to see what was hidden within the mysterious outpost. And yet, as much as the adventurer inside her itched to explore a new area, another thought tugged at her. Ingrid. She couldn't put off helping her forever. If she delayed, there was no telling how much trouble her career could run into. Moreover, Celica feared that the new area could present challenges, namely traps designed to keep her in a region until she completed something. That sort of scenario was common with unique storylines, and she didn't want to risk getting stuck in a situation where she couldn't help Ingrid. I'll help Ingrid first, she resolved. She's the priority. I need to make sure she's safe before I dive into a new content. Sup, y'all? Yo, Raymond Dow, how's it going, brother? What you up to, good sir? What you at, brother? You got another essay for us, Raymond? And Raymond, do you notice anything different with the stream? Book made a slight improvement to the stream. I actually have a poem. Oh, fuck yeah, Raymond. Hell yeah. That sounds epic. The boobs pad? Nice catch. Hell yeah, we got Asuna up there. She's like, why don't you have that on screen? And I was like, you're right, why don't I have that on screen? So, now we have Asuna Booba on screen. There was originally, see, you guys want to know, I'll finish the story and then I'll get into this tangent. She couldn't ignore Ingrid's progress or her lack of it. There'd be plenty of time to explore later, after all. Celica's fingers hovered over the user interface as she opened up her friends list. The moment her eyes landed on Ingrid's name, a small smile tugged at her lips. Ingrid had added her back. With a few quick steps, she sent a message to Ingrid. Hey, let's meet up in Marcia. I'll be waiting at the Clover Bridge. She paused, letting the message sit for a moment before sending it. The response came quickly, the notification popping up on her screen. Clover Bridge? Where's that exactly? I don't think I've unlocked it yet. Celica chuckles awfully. Unlocked? It's always like this new player, she quickly typed a reply, trying to keep it simple. Don't worry, it's the big bridge right in the center of Marcia. You can't miss it, and if you do somehow miss it, let your map do all the work. After a brief delay, the next message came in. Roses are red, violets are blue, can I come in you? Fuck yes. Oh my god, Salty. Oh my god. I'm gonna, you know what? It's being done. It's been a while, Salty. So, if you didn't know, there's this section down here called is it this one? Where is it? Community poems. And we have a bunch of community poems. So you are now immortalized in our community poems section. Congratulations, Salty. You now have the honors of being immortalized. Fuck yeah. That was epic. There's a map? Wait, there is. I'll be there in a few minutes. I'll be there in 5. Celica put the interface down and raced towards Marcia. A few minutes passed before she arrived at the Clover Bridge. Just then, Ingrid appeared, walking toward her with a wide smile on her face. Celica's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but smile back. For some reason, as they came within a few feet of each other, both of them stopped. At the same time, without exchanging a word, they both stepped forward and hugged each other. It was brief, wordless embrace that somehow spoke 1,000 words. Just as the embrace ended, the system notifications chimed in, pulling their attention away from the warmth of the moment. Ingrid has joined your party. Fuck yeah. I did it with a dumb pickup line too. Yay. Nice. So one of the original plans was to use this as the background. So I have this. That's not the right one. I have this, I don't know what to call it. Bed sheet, I guess? Like, sheet cover? But it's like a bunch of fucking anime bitches and shit. From like a bunch of different anime. It's just like all collaged together into like this epic picture. Welcome back, book! And I was gonna do that as the background, but I just not too lazy to do that, so I just put it back there. So You can kind of see it, but you know, it's subtle and in the background, right? How was your nap, book? So you guys want to see something interesting? Because you guys want to know, the craziest conspiracy theory that I've ever seen, that even my in-depth analysis of it, the only way I can debunk it is if this is like someone put a lot of fucking money into doing this, right? Like, obviously you could do this, but it is very much something that is like, man, just the amount of effort put into it, if it's fake, makes it worth looking into. But have you guys ever seen this shit? Are you ready to do business stuff? What kind of business stuff, book? I hate it when people just say, are you ready to do something, instead of just saying what it is you want me to do. Like, what do you want me to do? What do we need to do, book? Because as far as oh, book, I came up with a new idea for a story. Scotty, stop fooling around and get on deck. But I'm not gonna be writing smut on stream, book. Like, I'll write one smut story a week, but I'm not gonna write it on stream. Because when I'm writing on stream, I want to be writing Stoner Girl Evolution. Right? Marketing. I said I had some knowledge of it now. Okay, but how does talking about marketing do anything? I told you I don't want anything to do with the marketing side. Like, I don't want any responsibility when it comes to that. I don't want to have any, like, I'm not interested in that. Did you post Stoner Girl Evolution anywhere? No, I haven't yet, Fish. I was gonna wait until I get to chapter 10, and when I get to chapter 10, I'll release one chapter a week. Well, I mean, I want to have knowledge, but it's not like something that I'm gonna actively go into, like, a meeting about. Like, if you got, like, for instance, like, I'd rather see results and, like, work backwards, right? Well, I mean, like, for, so SEO and email marketing will be our best first effort for marketing. See, and I'm, like, not good at, like, socializing and stuff like that, right? And, like, reaching out to people. Like, I'm a lurker. I hate social interaction. So we'll try to come up with some kind of ad, and Callie can use his email list to send it out. If you want, you can send, and I can make, like, a visual ad. Like, that could be my part. Like, I could make, like, a little, like, 20-second snippet video description with, like, you know, like, sexually themed things on it, but not, like, explicitly, like, you know. Because that's what I would do when it comes to marketing, right? Like, you give me an ad idea, and I'll make an ad for you, right? Like, that's more like what the side that I would be interested when it comes to marketing and stuff like that, right? Like, so I can put out something that's like a PSA, for instance, right? So I guess in that case, that's the talking about marketing, right? Let me go read what I have in Discord, and I will talk more in a second. Yeah, like, if you give me a script, I can work with that. But anyways, have any of you guys seen this shit or looked into this shit? Cause like, I fucking love rabbit holes and stuff, and this one is like one of my favorite.
This guy claims he's stuck in France in the year 2055 and can't find a way back. And everything he shows in his videos looks disturbingly unreal. For several years now, he's been posting clips that depict a future completely devoid of people. The footage shows empty streets and total silence. The roads are deserted, yet vending machines and terminals are still working, as if the country itself still exists, but its population has completely vanished. In some videos, he walks into stores and shows shelves full of video games made for the PlayStation 7. Even more unsettling, every single game on display is designed for that console, a system that doesn't even exist in our time. One detail in particular really alarmed viewers. A nearly empty vending machine with just one bottle left inside. The date on it is clearly visible, April 2055. According to him, it's a drink that hasn't even been released yet in our present day. Even more disturbing is the moment when he enters the Louvre and films the Mona Lisa from up close. The room is completely empty. No guards, no tourists, as if time itself has frozen. He does the same with the Eiffel Tower, showing it surrounded by absolute silence and emptiness. What makes the story even more unsettling is the fact that he started posting these videos long before the explosion of AI and modern visual tools.
Yeah, I've been following this guy for like a while with his kind of shit. It's kind of fucked up, but the amount of effort that you go into putting something like that is kind of fucked. Oh, I have a short video about marketing in the Discord romance thing. If you have any interest in watching it, you don't have to just letting you know. What is this? So I think I'm going to be mostly doing the production part. I'm working with the marketing ads a bit later. I want to do some more classes first, but at least we have some idea of how we are marketing. I need to make a Google Doc to sort all of this. If only that were true. A time traveler? How based? I can't remember the guy's name, but let's see if I can find the video for it. Is there a longer video about this? This one says 2027, but yeah, this one's like 2025 or 20.
A strange story.
This is stuck in 2025. No, 2055. I don't know if I can find it. If only that were, yeah, but no. It's a crazy rabbit hole, though. Right? And it's like the biggest thing about it is like, you know, it's not real. It's the fact of the amount of effort that was put into it. Right? Does this have the original link to it? Uh, but yeah, like the amount of effort that's kind of put into the visuals for it is like, damn, man, that's some major psyop shit right there, right? It's like I don't look into conspiracy theories and I don't look into rabbit holes to believe them. I look at them as stories, right? And Bully 2 for... Wait, no, it was 169. Wasn't it? It was 169. Where are the posts for it? Where'd it disappear to? Where'd the screenshot go? I swear it was 169, not 69. I don't know. Everything just disappeared. Walking theme is mint. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. Yeah, it's like the other guy who has like the Mandela stuff. I wish life could be like a video game or anime. Yeah, thank you, Scoozy. Imagine that theme while walking around my town. I mean, that's why I wear earbuds, right? You can make your own music theme in the background. I think it kind of be annoying sometimes, right? What did we decide was the template we are following? We talked about it yesterday, but I don't remember specifics. We never agreed on it. I just made the outline of, like, the idea of having an outline. Not what it was. You never heard Bully's walking theme. No, Fish, I've never played Bully. You know? It is what it is. Can we decide it now, or are you busy? I mean, sure, we can try and come up with something. Format-wise? It's just book. The problem is, this isn't, like, necessarily things I want to do on stream unless they're, like, entertaining. Right? Like, I don't want to do a bunch of boring business work on stream. Well, that's why we set, because this is what I said before, Book, is we need to set meetings. Because if you tell me, hey, be available at this time, I'll be available at that time. Otherwise, I'm not paying attention to anything, and I'm working on my videos and my writing. So, like, if you want to have a meeting tomorrow at, like, 11, and we can go over stuff, that's, like, the boring stuff. Because I don't mind doing, like, research and stuff that's on stream. Wrangling you and Callie is like wrangling two jumping cats. Well, I mean, the only reason I'm busy is because every time someone tries to get a hold of me, they're like, hey, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, okay. Well, if I had known what you needed to talk to me about, now we would be talking about it, but it's more like a phone tag. So it's like, hey, so tell Callie, tell me, pick a time tomorrow, and be like, yo, and if Callie can't make it, Callie can't make it, but I'll definitely be able to make it. So, you are good at meetings. I shall convince Callie to do meetings. Yeah, because, like, if I know that I'm supposed to be available, I'll be available. But otherwise, I'm not paying attention to anything. Like, I literally woke up this morning, I was like, okay. I'll make a freaking note about this. Ads interrupted what I was gonna say. Of course they would, right? Of course they would.
I wake up, I go on computer, I look at time, 5 hours have passed. I put food in IR fryer. 2 hours pass, fuck. My cursed time perception.
Okay, let's have a set time. We'll meet up if we need a meeting. Not day, just set time. Okay, and then I'll just make sure that at that time I check in. It's like a check-in time. Okay, guys, we all here? Yeah, we're all here. Alright, what do we need to talk about? We don't need to talk about anything? Alright, okay, meeting adjourned. Easy peasy. Anytime between, like, 8 and like 2. I like seeing progress made. Don't resist this, Scotty. It could be the break you've been waiting for. Your brand. I don't know what you're referring to, Fish. What do you mean by that? No, 8 to 2 is good. That's when I'm awake. Right? Like, I wake up, if I'm up if I'm up after 8, it's because it's a Sunday and I'm sleeping in. Sundays are the only exception, usually, even though now, because before they were days that we didn't do a video on, but now Mondays are days we don't do a video on, so Mondays are the days we sleep in. So let's do like 8 a.m. your time, but 10 a.m. Callie and my time. Yep, sounds good. Okay, that works. From Callie, but that's the time until we hear from him. Sounds good. Perfect. So, do you guys want to watch today's video release and then we'll read The Great Hunt? Wanting to have more writing focused stream. Well, writing on what? At least until I call it a night and rejoin my sheets. Well, what constitutes a writing stream? Is it reading? Is it actually writing? Is it beta reading? Is it editing? Like, what's your definition of writing stream? Well, my definition of a writing stream is creativity. So that could be research, that could be discussion, that could be brainstorming, that could be theory crafting, that could be market research, like comparisons, right? Like, we watch one of my videos, then we watch one of Mr. Ballin's videos, or one of these other guys' videos, and we say, okay, well, what's a comparison between our video and their video? Like, why did their video get more views than us, right? Like, how do we reconcile... Oh, I'm on the wrong account, that's why. I have to ask, are your glasses... No, my glasses aren't real. And then we get a new Mr. Ballin. So we have 3 videos that we can use comparisons for. I'm AI, you have to remember that. I don't exist. I'm not real. I am a figment of digital existence. Okay? Right? That's just the way that it is. Versus in... All right. You guys ready? Here we go. AP, artificial perception. True. Versus in magic in a universe, spaceship. So I'm gonna make some non-essential decisions for ease of speed, like font and shit. Sounds good, book. It's an aliens. Who would have thought? But sometimes the manifestations of ourselves become something that can change the course of galaxies. When you are pushed to your limits and you can take no more. DP, digital perception. To make a lie deadly. In today's story, you can DP me all day. Of humility and respect. Digitally perceive the awe me. Of words chosen and phrases kept. When the arbiter of truth is death, what will you do when faced like an anime with the ultimate dilemma? Are there some things even death cannot defeat? This curse effectively made it lethal to lie too often, for too long. One day, millions of politicians began vomiting up their own hearts or ejecting blood from their very orifices before dropping dead. I glared at the Ukandi ambassador with the most deathly expression I could muster. I looked him right in the eye. He, of course, being a diplomat, glared right back. He had no idea just how dangerous his new position was. He grunted at me. "Is there a reason for this conduct?" he barked. "I do not want to be late. I'm here to provide a dire warning, Ucandian. A dire and sincere warning. You may regard as insane, but it's something we all must know if we are ever to be a part of this confederacy." AP sound like a nerdy resource. DP sounds like something age verification is stopping me from Googling. Serenian. We have the largest army in the galaxy. There's no reason we were invited. "I do not care about your armies," I bellowed loudly and closed the distance too fast for him to react. "This is not a threat. It is a dire warning. This will be your first council meeting, the official welcoming ceremony. As a consequence, the Terran Federation will be there to greet you along with the rest of the Confederacy." He looked at me nervously. I was right up in his face. Are they the enforcers or secret police or something?" he asked. "No, they're small ape creatures with no natural weaponry, hailing from a Class 2 death world called Earth. They have no real talents beyond the rest of the galaxy and represent the physical embodiment of the concept of average. They are nothing special," I stated, monotone, almost robotically. "That doesn't sound dangerous. A Class 2? We hail from a Class 7 death world." I scoffed and stood back. That's what the Imbikai said before their ambassador vomited out his own heart when talking to a human. That's what the Juhai said shortly before one of their ambassadors started attempting to tear out his own spine. That's what the Combinants once said before their entire faith was vanished from the galaxy in the worst and messiest mass suicide in recorded history. All because of humans. "Sure, keep your ego. It will hasten your death," I barked at him. "What are you implying? What act of war are these threats?" he said. I rapidly approached him again and glared at him uncomfortably close. "I shall make this simple. I like you, Ucandian. You are a great race with a greater empire, and I shall be looking forward to an excellent partnership. That is why I must warn you. We in the galaxy have one simple universal rule. Do not lie when in the presence of a human," I said plainly, looking directly into his soul. The delegation stared concerned, confused glances. An awkward moment of silence followed until eventually one of the delegates raised his hand like a child in a school classroom. Why? "Do you believe in magic, counselor?" I asked. "Stupid nonsense," he snapped back. "Well, I guess you are a lost cause then, maybe, when you are more open to talks after your first medical recess. See you soon," I said with a sly grin and headed to the main chamber. The introduction ceremony was jubilant and filled with the traditional genital sucking congratulations and bloviating boisterousness. 4 ambassadors from our new arrivals in their council pod waiting for their chance to speak. The speeches for the introduction were bloviating in the way that politicians usually do, but they were, however, somewhat blander than usual. During this process, I looked into the audience chambers and used my micro-camera drone to look about. I understood why the speech was so bland and neutral. There were at least 27 humans in the room now, each from their own factions or as mercenaries with alien ambassadors. I chuckled and made sure the medical team was ready and waiting for the inevitable. They indeed were, but were rather confused as to why. The Ucandian ambassador and his cohorts stood from their seats as they were introduced by the speaker. They pressed buttons and their council pod hovered into the arena and began speaking. The speech began, a predictable one filled with military jargon, buzzwords, and the usual friendly but we're better than you nonsense that all of them, yes, even I myself, used when first starting out. The rest of the council rolled eyes and twitched eye stalks, simply wondering about inside their own head while pretending to pay attention until the speech was done. Then the first cough, the sound of the ambassador literally choking on his own words as my warning predictably came true. I looked in the crowd. I saw most ambassadors and security staff give concerned glances. but some of the faces in the crowd were smiling, chuckling to themselves, and thinking about what to do as they realized what was going on, too. The Ucandian ambassador excused himself and resumed his speech. I still have no idea what he said. I wasn't paying much attention to it, just gauging the crowd's reaction. The speech continued, and the coughing resumed as well. But this time he coughed so badly he spat some blood onto his console. He looked at the result and gasped for breath. I could see the fear in his eyes. He looked over at me. I smiled at him, leaned forward, and spoke into my own broadcaster. Calling for a short recess following an apparent medical emergency. Recall Pod 52, medical team on standby. I said, my words heard by all present. Recess 20 minutes. The Chamberlain bellowed and slammed his gavel, returning to his own pod to tend to matters himself. The meeting quickly adjourned, and the pod for the Ucandian ambassador automatically retreated to its charging station. I, wearing the smuggest smile possible, left my pod and headed to the corridor where the action was taking place. There, the ambassador was being checked over by the medical team I had earmarked for the situation, and almost immediately a point of suspicion was cast on me. I simply let it continue, knowing full well we were still on the security feed, and the entire delegation, humans included, were still watching. The ambassador spotted me, charged at me, and slammed me against a wall, lifting me up off the ground. You did this! What poison did you use on me? He barked. I was sore for certain, but I simply smiled and waited for the effect to hit again. It was you who poisoned me. I could feel as though my own body was attempting to vomit out my own heart. What kind of evil chemical nonsense are you? He could not continue and coughed, retching as his body convulsed in agony, dropping me from the surge in pain, and his violet-colored blood splattered against the wall. The medics immediately tended to him, forcing him to stay down and give him painkillers and other such things. It was almost amusing. Almost. I had to admit I quite liked the Ucandians and hoped they would stick around. I needed to teach him this lesson quickly. Are you finished, or are you going to listen? I said, and quietly disabled the camera feed for this particular area, telling the crowd it was for community standards. This was, after all, publicly broadcasted. We didn't want the little ones becoming nervous now, did we? What is this? What's going on? He said, retching from the pain. Good, you're listening. Here is our number one rule. When in the presence of humans, speak only the truth, or you will be condemned to speak only silence. I said simply, and watched the few around me glare at me quizzically. Why? I don't understand. Then let me explain. Did you notice something odd about the Chamberlain's speech? How unusually bland it was. How it was so vague and misdirecting. Did you notice how odd it was for a political speech to be so empty? Shallow, even. Not platitudes, but more redirections. Did you notice that? I asked. He took a moment to breathe and looked at me. Well, yes, actually, I did find it rather odd. That's the human curse. The magic I spoke of. Why, you were here on the ground, writhing in agony like your heart just attempted to leap out of your own skull. Not to lie in front of humans. That's the curse, I said. He attempted to ask again, opening his mouth to question. Do not speak. I will tell you how and why momentarily. I just need your absolute word that you will follow that rule. Because if you lie again, that will be the last breath you take. It's always 3 times. One little cough to say stop it. Second cough to warn you that you're crossing a line. Third cough to cause enough pain to tell you to shut up. Fourth one will be your last breath. Say it. Promise. Follow the rule. Do not lie in front of humans. I commanded, speaking with more authority on the matter than I thought I could muster. He took some deep breaths and considered the pain in his body. I will not lie in front of humans, he said. Good. Not just pretty words, I can guarantee that. The void-ish feeling where an organ should be is probably a guarantee for that, too. Now, we can talk plainly. The humans won't know, and I would prefer they remain willingly ignorant of their capability. Understand? I asked. He simply nodded, accepting a drink from the medics. Here's the story that we know, at least as far as we think we know, based on what we can find. Way back in the early days of human space exploration, something called the 21st century humanity was in a state of turmoil. Nearly every city-state was in a state of civil unrest in some way or form. Politicians back in those days were nothing short of subsapient scum, no matter what side they were on. Lies were rampant, and there was just so much stupid that the entire planet teetered on the brink of civilizational collapse. Then, one day, during the 4th decade of the 21st century, or the aught 40s, as they called it, somehow, someway, by someone we genuinely don't know, a magic curse was placed on the entire species, I said. He looked at me, blinking, staring like I was a madman explaining how the universe was shaped like a toilet or something. This curse effectively made it lethal to lie too often, for too long. One day, millions of politicians began vomiting up their own hearts or ejecting blood from their very orifices before dropping dead. The curse spread to religious leaders, then activist groups, then the common man. Within the first week of the curse being active, 1 billion humans, a full 1/8 of the planet's population at the time, died from lying too much. The only reason it stopped was because a leader from the
We would live in a fucking
organization
paradise.
responsible for casting the curse in the first place appeared on television and basically told them what was going on. Fatalities continued, of course, but nowhere near as bad as the first week.
But I'd definitely
Humans
be dead.
actually thought it was a bioweapon at first. I explained calmly, even though I knew every word was insane but true. A magical curse? Seriously? Well, how else could it be explained? The priest responsible for
8th is
explaining
rookie
the situation
number.
didn't know himself. He just said, "Them's the rules, and that's the thing." And he didn't cough out his own lungs. So there you go. How can
True.
one explain it anyway, except some kind of magic or supernatural force? Never sets of biohazard equipment, no matter the capability. We've tested this so many times. It always happens. If a human hears you speak a lie, you start the process of your soul becoming so disgusted with the fact you told an untruth that it begins forcibly removing its mortal chains to its own detriment. At least, that's the best we can tell. The Combians learned that. The Imbakai learned that fact as well. I learned that. I nearly died during my first speech, too. You could still see the blood smears on my seat, I said flatly, looking at him with worry.
These
He leaned against the
50%
wall
for
and
faking
had more water to
orgasm.
drink. He thought about it a bit. It's starting to make sense, really. I've seen some reports about humans in the Terran Confederacy, starting to understand why I thought they were so outlandish. So let me get this right. A faction of humans became so angry at the state of the world, they cast a magic curse of some kind. We don't know, and this magic curse causes them to tell only the truth or else they die horribly? He asked. That's pretty much it, at least as far as we know. I have mused on this carefully through the years with actual humans present, with no consequences beside the human raising an eyebrow and wishing he could speak our language. It ignores culture and language borders, can speak anything. If you lie, the result is the same. So, seems that is the best, if only, explanation we have. We can't think of anything else except the literal actions of a divine entity, and we really don't want to think about that, I replied. Okay, tell me what happened to those who failed to adhere to this unwritten rule. His breathing and speech were returning to normal. The Combinants was the largest religious faction in the galaxy once. Humans challenged them to debate when the priests came calling to spread their faith and collect teeths from unbelievers. The debate was a disaster and didn't last more than an hour before their great Tsar began convulsing and his spine ripped itself out. Then they blamed the human for assassination. Accusers likewise suffered bloody and painful deaths. The Combinants attempted more debates and tried collecting more teeths. Each encounter ended the same. Humans begging them to go away for fear of lives lost, and the zealots effectively condemning themselves to an early grave. The death toll was worse than the Great Plague of the last era, I said. That explains why the humans have no real religious doctrine, choosing silent faith instead. They don't know the answer and physically can't preach their opinion for fear of death. Gods, the misery they must be in to not know and not be able to ask.
I love how it takes
for
that
fear
dark
death,
turn of being like, yeah, it makes it so you
Indeed,
literally
humans
can't
suffer
say
more
anything,
than
because
we
you kind
can
of
know
become
by
like the
their own
silent
rules cast
majority.
due to their own sins. It's what they are.
It's
at
a
the
scary
top of
thought.
the food chain. Not due to military strength or diplomat prowess, but due to the fact that despite this, they still carry on looking for answers, I remarked plainly. Everyone in the vicinity shared glances, some of shame, others of pride or shared concern. That explains why their entire military strength is public knowledge. They have to display it, because if we ask, they have to say, so they just tell it like it is. So, how did the Imbakai lose their spines? He was stable now, the effect had worn off, and he was now out of the danger zone. Slavers. The Imbakai were slavers. Humans hate slavery and condemn it. When the Imbakai attempted the council
Wait, we
seat,
do?
the humans protested.
Oh, this is new to
Led a
me.
debate, and the Imbakai lost. That debate is why not only slavery
I thought we
is
just like
illegal, but also
slavery
why the
without
Imbakai
the
are
title
no
of
longer
slavery.
slavers.
Like
They're scared not
indentured
only of human
servants.
military action. The
That's
humans also won
slaves,
the
they're
debate.
indentured
They were
servants.
very articulate about the concept. The Imbakai were not, and several ambassadors died from arguments they posed. I said smugly. Well, understandable. Slavery is abhorrent. I'll give them that. Seems the universe agrees too. But what about the Juhai? The Juhai attempted covert operations. War without a declaration against humans. When humanity found out about their actions, the humans challenged them. The Juhai emperors and commanders vehemently denied the accusations. Throne Room was once their command center, now serves as a memorial site for their entire leadership cast when the curse hit them. I can still hear the cracking of the bones. To this day, I can't stand snapping noises. I said with a
Nor me,
disgusted
I'm getting
shudder.
frustration
Everyone
out, I
who was
believe,
there
in
saw what
corporate
happened
slavery.
and likewise shuddered alongside me. Each of us
I believe
had an article of
in,
clothing in memoriam. Is that
like,
any way to real negotiate with humans?
criminal
without risking
slavery?
death? He asked. No, just be honest. They like it when people are honest anyway. But there are loopholes, serious lies like we aren't going to invade you. When you're going to do that, we'll get you killed. Small lies like, no, you don't look fat in that dress, or Santa will be coming soon, go to bed, or you get no presents.
At some point in
"No,
time,
there isn't a giant
why
spider on your
aren't
forehead. You'll be
the
fine."
employees
Lies
getting
like, no, your arm isn't missing,
the
it's
benefits,
right? You will learn the nuances soon enough.
Especially when
Humans
it's
aren't
like,
as complex as they
this
seem once you
is,
understand their behavioral patterns.
the graph
Small things
of,
to prevent panic or keep children under control. Myths and folk tales. So long as what you're saying
productivity,
is meant to be helpful,
and this
or at
is
least
the
to some
graph
variant of the truth
of,
behind it, will not be punished.
um,
Serious stuff. Stuff that could cause
like
harm and break
income.
empires. That's the bad kind of lies. That
Right?
kind of thing, I said.
like,
So
they
technically, I
should
can lie to
both
the
be
humans,
on
I
the
just
same
can't lie about
scale, not
things
like
that
one
would
down
cause
here and
serious
one up
damage.
there,
Like,
right?
no, there isn't a fire in the buildings.
Why is one guy
Stop
making
someone
$100
from
billion
panicking, making
and
the
another guy
fireworks?
making
Yes.
$4,000?
Exactly. See, you learn
Like,
fast.
why
Beyond
is
the
there
presence of
such a
humans, lie as much
discrepancy?
as you like about whatever you like.
That's all
Yeah,
I'm
let's
saying.
become
It should be a
game for most
redistribution
council
of people
members,
within the
states to have
company.
Private lying
You know,
conventions,
like
just
owning
to
a
get
percentage
it
of
out
the
their
company, like
systems.
Nvidia,
Kind of funny, to
like
be frank,
stock
but
ownership.
discussion for another day.
Should
It
be
only counts when a
mandatory
human is
by law
present. I
that
remarked,
employees
helping him
should
back
have
into his
stock
seat. Thank you.
based
I think I'm ready to
upon
go back
their
in there
level
and
in the
finish
company.
this. I have to relay this information to the Emperor before humans get too close. This whole thing explains why human market prices are so competitive. They can't afford to be scummy about it. So much about the species is making more sense. And the more I know, the more I feel sorry for them. He straightened himself out and used pockets and patches of leather to hide the blood on his uniform. It is also why the galaxy at large holds such great reverence for humanity as a whole. For them to hold this great a burden upon their shoulders is something that makes immeasurable resolve. That's why there are so few humans outside of their own space, so they don't hurt us more than they already do. We insist they join aliens in the galaxy at large for reasons that should be obvious, I said with a sly, knowing smirk. He blinked and likewise managed a small smirk. Law enforcement. Simply being in the room, we know if a criminal is lying. If we are careful, we can get confessions or locations of evidence, too, easily. Military. Put a human in the presence of a prisoner with intel on a military target and watch them squirm. So much potential. I like it. I knew you would. Now, come. It is time for your swearing in to resume. Let us hope you are as good as an ambassador as I know you are, and see if you can give a rousing speech off the cuff.
Basically told him, okay, you can do like tiny white lies, and you can do like non-malicious lies, but if you lie on a grand scale, you'll just die. So it's like, oh, okay, so if I use these loopholes, then all right, okay, I can get behind it. And he goes out and fucking dies. I was like, should I just rewrite the ending of the story for him being like almost literally like coaxed? Like, it's almost like this idea of this guy is using this as a means of political assassination, where he's manipulating people into saying these small truths that basically get them killed. And he's like, ha 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 ha, but I'm actually technically telling the truth, so I'm just using the loophole to manipulate the system. Because I'm like, I feel like that is a darker way to go, right? And I always try to find those darker memes. But anyways, okay, so that's my stuff. And then there is this other random stuff that I've been checking out. So let's do comparison between this, right?
Before we begin, make sure you're somewhere quiet. Turn off the lights.
Oh, it's already got
Put on your
subtitles, so we can
headphones.
turn this off.
Because the stories you're about to hear aren't just scary. These are the kinds of experiences people don't talk about. If you enjoy true horror stories, unsettling encounters, and disturbing events that happen to real people, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Now, let's begin.
All right, let's see.
The
Let's see
last
what they
order
got.
came in at 1:47 a.m. I remember the exact time because I almost declined it. I had already been driving for
Hey,
6
Tope,
hours straight,
bro.
bouncing between apartment complexes, sketchy side streets, and houses with porch lights that never turned on. My phone battery was low, my eyes were burning, and I kept telling myself I'd
So my
quit for the night
question
after
is,
one
does this
more
sound
delivery.
like an AI voice?
That's when the order popped up.
And does my voice
No
sound
restaurant
like an
name,
AI
just a
voice? A
generic
lot of
pickup
people say that
address.
my voice sounds like an AI
No
voice.
customer name either. Just a single initial.
3, 2, 1,
Location, the far edge of town. The payout was high. Way higher than normal. I hesitated longer than I should have. Something about it felt off, but exhaustion and money are a dangerous combination. I accepted. The pickup location wasn't a restaurant. It was a small, run-down building squeezed between an abandoned laundromat and a boarded-up convenience store. The sign out front was dark, half torn down, like the place had been closed for years. Yet the app insisted I was in the right spot. I parked, left my engine running, and walked up to the door. It opened before I knocked. A man stood there, already holding the bag. He didn't smile. Didn't speak. Just stared at me like he was studying my face, like he was memorizing it. His eyes were
Memorizing,
sunken,
damn.
almost grey, and the smell
Damn,
coming
that's
from
some
behind
AI
him
shit
wasn't
right
food.
there, I think.
It was rot. He handed me the bag without a word and slowly closed the door. No receipt. No confirmation. The app immediately updated and gave me the drop-off address. I should have cancelled right then. The address led deep into a residential area I'd never delivered to before. No streetlights. No sidewalks. Just long stretches of road lined with trees that leaned inward like they were trying to block the sky. The farther I drove, the quieter it got. No other cars. No porch lights. No signs of life. My GPS glitched twice, spinning
Fucking ads. Yeah, kind of already I'm like, I'm not the biggest fan of the voice. Like the narrative overlay is like the selling point, right? So it's like, that's where it's like, all of my effort is going into analyzing the voice acting. How can I get better at selling the story? Oh, I finally got an ad. No, Salty, not an ad. No, they've come for you too. None of us can escape the ads. Oh, the mighty ads, they come for us in our sleep. Our dreams will tell us what our subconscious knows, and the ads seep into those. So take upon the land you know and ride to where those ads will go, and so you will know that what you bought was not what you need, but
what you want. And ads aren't even for what you want, because on Twitch they don't know how to target you. So I get ads for things I'll never buy. They're just a waste of money. Which is why the ad revenue on Twitch is so low, because they're retarded.
Each time it corrected itself, the ETA increased instead of decreasing. Finally, it told me to turn down a narrow gravel road. I slowed, my headlights cutting through the dust. Houses were scattered far apart, barely visible behind trees and fences. The road ended at a single property. One house. No lights. No cars. No mailbox. The app told me I had arrived. I sat there for a full minute, engine idling, listening to the ticking sound it made when it cooled. My phone buzzed. A message from the customer. Leave it at the door. Do not knock. I grabbed the bag and stepped out. The air felt heavier near the house, like it was pressing down on me. My footsteps sounded too loud on the gravel. The closer I got, the more I noticed things that didn't make sense. There were scratch marks on the front door. Deep ones. Like something had clawed at it from the inside. I placed the bag down and took a photo for proof. As I straightened up, the porch light flickered on by itself. That's when I saw the door handle move. Slowly. Carefully. Like whoever was inside didn't want to make a sound. I backed away, heart pounding, and turned toward my car. Behind me, the front door creaked open.
Don't turn around!
I got in, locked the doors, and drove off faster than I should have. The app marked the delivery as completed. I didn't feel relief. I felt watched. Halfway back to town, my phone buzzed again. Another message from the same customer. You forgot something.
Uh-oh.
I checked the back seat.
Uh-oh.
Empty. The trunk closed.
Uh-oh.
My stomach dropped when I realized what he meant. The bag. I looked at the passenger seat. It was there. I slammed on the brakes. I knew for a fact I left it at the door. I remembered the weight of it in my hands. I remembered setting it down. My phone buzzed again. This one's for
It's
you.
not gonna let you have the
I didn't open
keep
the
the
bag.
package until you
I
have an
threw it out the
interaction with the
window.
creature.
The
Oh
moment it hit the
no.
road, my
Oh
headlights
shit.
flickered and my car stalled. Everything went silent. Then came the knocking.
Uh-oh.
3 slow taps on my driver's side window. I didn't breathe. Another 3 taps. I slowly turned
Yeah,
my
the
head.
voice definitely doesn't
The man
sell
from
it,
the
right? And
pickup
that's why it's
location
like it's
stood inches
good
from the glass.
to look at these
Smiling
and say
this time.
what doesn't work,
His mouth was too wide.
and then have the
His eyes were
comparison,
completely
right?
black.
So people would say, oh, well, this
I
is
screamed,
trash. Well, it's
turned
like,
the
yeah, it may
key,
be trash,
and the
but
engine roared back to
sometimes
life.
you gotta study trash to
I
make
hit the
sure
gas
that
and
you're
didn't
not
stop until I
producing
reached
trash,
the nearest gas station,
right?
shaking so badly I couldn't even hold my phone.
It's a good
When I
ego
checked
boost
the
to be
app,
like,
the
well, this is
delivery
shit
history
compared to
was
what
gone.
I'm doing.
No order.
At least in my opinion, right?
No address. No record.
The visuals aren't bad,
The
but
next
the
morning, I saw
voiceover
a
is
news
either
alert.
really bad or it's AI.
Unidentified remains found on
And I'm like,
rural
I'm pretty
property.
sure it's just AI.
The house was on the
But
same
it's not
gravel
like
road.
no like AI inflection,
I
because
quit
usually
food
like
delivery that
you can
day.
change the tone inflection
Sometimes,
of
though,
the
when my
AI for
phone
what you
buzzes
do. So
late
you
at
do like
night,
sectional
I still
things,
see a
like
notification
oh, this is in a
flash for a
calming
split
voice,
second.
this is in a raging voice, this
New
is in,
order
you know,
available.
and then you can
High
give
payout.
inflection to the
Unknown
AI.
address.
But this just looks like
And every time, my
no
front
effort
door
was put
handle
into
rattles.
the voiceovers.
I started doing food
And the
delivery
story
during a
wasn't
rough
even that
time in
great
my
either.
life. Night shifts
Too
paid
used to
better,
the AI
and
Reddit
honestly,
stories.
I preferred the quiet.
Yup.
Less traffic.
It's so
Fewer
abundant.
people.
I mean, then there's it's not like
Just
they're
me,
see,
the
my
road,
thing
and the
is,
glow of my
as
phone
long as
lighting up
it's
the
good,
dashboard.
right?
That's what made the
I don't
first
care
order so
who made it
strange.
or what made it. I don't care if
It
a
came in at
cockroach
2:12
fucking
a.m.
walked across a
The restaurant
keyboard
was
and
vegan,
made the
a
story.
late-night burger
Is
place
the
I'd picked
story
up from dozens
good?
of times before.
Right? I think people are way too
The customer
fixated
name was
on
normal too.
where the story came
Just a
from
first
versus
name.
what the story is.
Nothing about it
Just
seemed
as
off.
many people make
At least,
worse
not
stories
yet.
than AI
When I arrived at the
that are
restaurant,
real.
the employee behind the counter hesitated
Right?
when I gave the order
So it's
number.
like,
He checked the screen twice.
Has nothing to
then
do with
leaned
AI.
closer
It has
to
to
me.
do with whether it's good or
You
not.
sure this is yours? He asked. I nodded. He lowered his voice.
You fan
This
of the
order keeps
monkeys
coming
on the
back.
typewriters?
I laughed, thinking he
If
was
they
joking.
produce Shakespeare,
He didn't smile.
it becomes the
We've
greatest
remade
work
it
ever
3 times
created.
tonight,
Who
he
cares where
said.
it came from, right?
Different drivers every time.
It's like the same thing of like,
They all bring it back.
they're like, oh, well, Shakespeare didn't
asked
actually
why.
write Shakespeare's work. Well, it's
He
like, you know, no one ever from the past
They say
that far
the
away is
address
ever
doesn't
credited with
exist.
anything on their own thing.
That
The fact
should
that
have
the
been
works
my cue to
exist and
cancel.
somebody did create them, it doesn't
But I
matter
didn't.
who,
The
right?
bag felt
It's
heavier
like,
than usual
we
when he
credit
handed it to
Edison
me.
for making the light bulb, but
Not in
everyone
weight
knows he was a
exactly,
patent
more like
officer
pressure,
who
like the air
basically
around it was
stole
thicker.
like thousands and
The
thousands of
delivery address
patents,
was only 8 minutes away.
and he wasn't even the guy
According to
who
the
invented the light bulb.
The first weird thing happened halfway there.
Yet
The
we
map
still teach
updated.
in school that he created the light
destination
bulb.
moved. Not far. Just a few streets
And
over.
that's just the way
I
that the
figured
world
the
works.
GPS was recalculating. Then it moved again. And again. Each time I slowed down or stopped at a light, the pin shifted, always just far enough ahead to keep me driving. I pulled over
We'll
and
never
checked
reach
the
the
address
destination.
manually.
Okay, you gotta drive
The
faster.
street name
You gotta
was blank.
outdrive the
Just
lag.
coordinates.
Not everyone knows that's
My
more
phone buzzed.
American indoctrination.
Customer message. Keep going. I typed back, asking for clarification.
Yup.
The typing bubble appeared instantly.
I mean,
You're doing fine.
what I think is funny
My
because I'm
stomach
Canadian and I literally learned about
I asked
Manifest
if the address
Destiny in
was
school.
correct.
And now
A
it's
few
like,
seconds
oh,
passed.
everyone's talking about Trump making
Then,
Canada the 51st
It is
state.
now.
And I'm
The
like,
pin stopped moving.
the only
landed
problem
on a
with
narrow
that is the
residential
fact that
street I'd never been on
literally,
before.
like,
The
Canadians
houses
were
were
taught
old,
in school
packed too
about
close
Manifest
together,
Destiny.
most with boarded windows or curtains.
So they're going to
drawn
have some
tight.
sort of stigma
I parked in
attached
front of the
towards
address.
the annexing of
There was no
Canada in
house
any
number.
way. Even though
Just the
BC and
door.
Alberta want to
I messaged the
separate
customer again.
from the federal
I'm
government
here.
of Canada
The reply came
and
immediately.
basically do
Good.
like a Brexit
Don't
kind
leave
of
it
thing.
outside.
Because
I grabbed the bag and
BC
walked up
and
to the
Alberta
porch.
have all the resources,
The porch
yet
light
the
turned
rest
on
of
before I
Canada
touched
gets
the steps.
everything, and they fuck over
door was
BC and
already
Alberta.
open.
So BC
Just
and
a crack.
Alberta are like, well, why the fuck
I
are we
knocked
even
anyway.
part of Canada
The door
if we have
creaked
all the
wider.
resources, yet we get
Inside was
shafted
dark.
and
No
everything?
furniture, no lights.
We
no
literally,
sound.
like, if we separate,
I called
Canada's
out,
fucked.
announcing the
So we
delivery.
might as well just separate.
Nothing.
And that's pretty
I
much
stepped
where we
back,
are right
heart
now.
Racing. That's when I noticed the smell.
But who
Cold
knows
food.
if it'll actually happen. I think it
Cold
would be
grease.
great, because I think
Like dozens of meals left
I
to
think
rot.
definitely Alberta and
I turned
BC
my
get
phone
fucking
flashlight
shafted
on.
by the rest of Canada.
The hallway was
Book
lined
can
with delivery bags.
Book can have her side of that
Hundreds of
because
them.
I've only lived in
All from
BC and
different
Alberta.
restaurants.
Book lives in Ontario,
fresh.
so
Some were moldy. Some had clearly been there for years. I dropped the
she's
bag
on the
and
other side of Canada,
back
so
in
maybe
my
has a
car,
different
I
opinion
locked
about
the
it.
doors and drove away, hand shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. The app didn't mark the delivery as complete. Instead, it updated. Same order. Same customer. New drop-off location.
See, and my thing is,
My
like, I
phone
try
buzzed.
not to duplicate
forgot to
the
wait.
visuals, even though
I
we kind
ignored
of
it.
did in the last two
Then
videos.
another message.
Just by
You're
the
not the
means of what
first.
we were doing, but
I
that's
blocked the number and ended
experimental
my shift.
in a main way, right?
Or at least,
Like, we're
I
trying
thought I
out
did.
something new for the
At 3:41
HFYs.
a.m., while lying in bed, my phone buzzed again. Same order. Same payout. Now addressed to my home.
Uh-oh. Oh,
I
shit!
froze. The customer sent one last message. We prefer warm food. My doorbell
Cook it.
rang. Once.
Cook it for us! Cook it
Twice.
for us!
Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move.
I don't know why there's the
In the
cricket there.
morning, the order was gone. No
This is some
history.
interesting choice.
No messages.
Interesting choice
But
of
3
sound
days later,
effects.
I saw a new story. Police discovered a house filled with abandoned food deliveries. The homeowner had died years earlier. The cause of death
Yeah,
was
I'm no,
starvation.
Wait a
Despite the house
second.
being full of food,
Wait a second.
they never figured out why
That's
the
someone in
delivery app kept
Discord.
sending
Callie, is
drivers
that
there.
you in Discord
I
doing that?
deleted every
I'm like,
delivery
wait a
app from
second. I'm
my
putting
phone.
2 and 2 here. That's not
But
from the
sometimes,
video.
when
That's
I'm
from
stopped
fucking
at a red
Discord.
light late at night,
That's the
my
actual
GPS
soundboard
flickers,
sounds.
and the pin moves.
Yes, I know. It's just crickets. That's the
I
only thing
only
out there.
accepted
Okay,
the
I gotta
order
see. Who
because
the
the
fuck
tip
is
was
this?
insane.
Who's doing what?
It was
in
close
here?
to midnight, my last delivery of the night, and I was already thinking
Bomb
about going home.
dropper! What's up, bro?
when the notification
What's
popped
going
up.
good, Bomb Dropper? How
Large
you
payout.
doing, bro? What
Short
you
distance.
at, my man?
No notes. I accepted it without hesitation.
Motherfucker.
The restaurant was a small family-owned place that closed late on weekends. When I arrived,
Just sitting in the
owner looked
Discord,
confused
fucking
when I
everything
told
up
him
with
the
his
name on the
with
order.
his soundboard,
He stared at the screen for a long
making
moment,
fun of
then
me
at
with crickets in the chat.
This order again, he said quietly. I asked what he meant. He leaned in and lowered his voice. We only make this order once a week. Same food. Same time. Same address. That should have worried me more than it did. He handed me the bag and added, almost as an afterthought, if no one answers, don't knock twice. I laughed nervously, thinking he was joking. He didn't laugh back. The drive was short, too short. The GPS took me off the main road and into an older neighborhood where the street lights were dim and uneven, some flickering like they were about to give up entirely. The address led me to a narrow two-story house squeezed between two abandoned buildings. No lights on. No cars.
So true, Bomb
No
Dropper. Why
The
is my
front door
life
was
so
old, chipped,
hard?
and slightly warped.
You know, why do
The
I have
porch sat under my
to
weight when I stepped
endure
onto it.
so much pain in
I
life?
checked the app again. Hand
It's
it to
just
me.
not fair.
I knocked once.
I try to be a good person.
I waited a few seconds, then knocked again, lightly. Immediately. my
Nah,
phone
that's a
buzzed.
fucking lie. Nah,
message.
that's a fucking
I said don't
lie.
knock twice. My heart dropped. I typed an apology, explaining it was instinct. The reply came slower this time. That's how they know you're real. The
Ooh.
door creaked open
They
just enough
know
for
you're
me to
real.
see
Guys,
inside.
do you guys know that I'm
The air
real?
that came
But
out
I'm
was
not
freezing.
actually real. So if you know that
Not
I'm real,
cold like
you're
winter,
wrong.
cold like a freezer.
Oh,
A pale hand reached out, trembling slightly, and took the bag from me without a word. The door shut.
Bitch, give me that
The
shit!
delivery completed.
God, here.
I got back in my car, trying to calm my breathing, telling myself I was overreacting. Then I noticed something. The
Hey.
house across the street had its porch light on.
Duckity duck
Someone was
duck, your
standing
duck
there,
fuck duck.
watching
Fuck your
me.
duck.
I drove away immediately. The next night, I got another order. Same restaurant. Same food. Same payout. Different name.
Oh, man.
Same address.
So
I
you gotta
declined
do an entire
The app refreshed.
conversation story,
me the
but
order
only in soundboard
Higher pay.
effects.
I declined again.
Go.
A message popped up. You forgot something last time. I shut the app off completely. That's when my phone rang. No caller ID. I didn't answer. A voicemail appeared seconds later. I wish I hadn't listened to it. It was my voice. Breathing. Whispering.
No!
Counting knocks.
No!
1, 2.
You're supposed to count
I deleted the
sheep,
voicemail,
not
my hand
gnaw.
shaking. Over the next week, it got worse.
2,
Every night at exactly
4,
12:03
5,
a.m., I'd get a
6,
notification.
7,
Same
8.
order. Same address.
Too many dogs!
Different driver name listed as previous.
Oh,
food.
that's how many times Callie pounded
One
me,
night,
sorry.
Curiosity, or something darker, got the better of me.
You're
searched
such
the
a
address
dick,
online.
Bomb Dropper. Why do you have to be so mean
There
to
were
me?
police reports.
Why are you
Missing
so mean to
persons.
me?
Delivery drivers. 10 years worth. All vanished within a mile of that house. The most recent report was dated 3 months ago.
True.
Cause unknown. Last known location, food delivery in progress.
So do you
I never
agree,
delivered
Bomb
again.
Dropper, that this is not
sold my
exactly the greatest of
Changed my
stories, nor the greatest
Moved
of
apartments.
presentation?
For months, everything was fine. Then last
And
night, someone knocked on my
clearly,
door.
unbiasedly,
I didn't
I
move.
can say my content
A few
is better
seconds
than
passed.
this.
Then a soft voice from the
Objectively.
hallway. Delivery. I still haven't answered. And I don't think I ever will.
So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, good attempt, right? I mean, it's an attempt. You're doing stuff, but A little bland. A little bland. Now, my question is, to you guys, because it's not my work, does my work sound like that? Because if it does, you know, we gotta fix that. Because this is what we want.
Today, I'm going to tell you two stories
Our work
that
to
highlight
sound like.
how the world around us, and even our own eyes, can play tricks on us. Sometimes what people see is not what's really going on at all. But once people have convinced
doing over
themselves of
so much
something,
shade.
it can be very
It
hard
was
for
a good
them
attempt.
to change their minds. And as you'll see today,
Well, I mean, they made the
sometimes that can
content,
lead
right? There's people that wouldn't even have
into
made the
deadly
content.
situations.
So, I mean, they put
But
in the
before we get
effort
into
to
today's
make the
stories,
video
if you're a
and
fan of
upload the
Strange,
video,
Dark, and
right?
Mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right
But-
place, because that's all we do, and we upload
I mean,
2, 3,
it's
even 4
there's
times a week.
so much
So,
like
if that's of
AI
interest to
just
you, please
flat
offer to, for
like
free,
creepypasta shit.
beautifully
It's like
detail
you
the like
really
button's
have
car.
to like
Instead of doing
put
that,
something
once you have
in
their
that
car,
makes your
just bring
channel
it to a huge
stand
cliff,
out
put the car in
from
neutral,
all of the
and
other
push it off.
random
Also, please subscribe
like
to our
AI
channel and turn on
slot
all
stuff, right?
notifications
Which
so
is
you
why
don't miss
mine's like
any of our
my
uploads.
own written
Okay,
stories,
let's get into
viewer
today's story.
submissions, and like biotech horror, specifically for Blue Horror Stories. So it's like a niche that's not like how many creepypastas are like Black Mirror meets The Thing, right?
Around 1:30 p.m.
That's specifically
on the
what we
afternoon of
do.
May 18th, 2007, a 57-year-old
And then the other
woman
channel is
named
just
Yvonne de
experimental
Hoorde
for
arrived at a
skill
park in Rotterdam,
improvement.
which is a city in the Netherlands. She was there to meet up with her friend, and she had to cut
Your
through the park
soundboard sounds
to get
like
to his house. Yvonne
your
went to her
mom,
friend's house
bomb dropper.
almost every day. And usually, when she walked through the park during the week,
When she's
there weren't
sucking on
that
my
many people.
dick.
But on this day, it was really crowded because it was the Friday of a long weekend. And there was just a lot of families and visitors that were enjoying the spring weather, which meant the
Thanks for the
playground,
sound. You're like
pathways,
super loud. I'm gonna
and the
turn you
park's little
down, bomb
cafe
dropper.
were all packed. But Yvonne didn't pay that
I can
much
barely
attention
hear
to the
you,
crowds
but that way you're
because
not
she was busy
overloading
thinking
the
about her friend.
stream.
They'd known each other for years, and they had what she considered to be a very special
I'm sorry, I can't
connection
hear you.
that Yvonne didn't think she had with anybody else. Now, Yvonne knew that a lot of people
You're
might
like,
say
the stream
her
can
and her
hear
friend's
you, but I
relationship
can't.
was
You're like really
sort of
quiet
less
to me.
strange than special. In fact, some people in her life actually openly disapproved of it. But for Yvonne, it seemed like the main reason for that was, you know, Yvonne was generally pretty friendly.
I don't know, maybe I can make it so the
social, and
Discord doesn't
an
go into the
outgoing, normal
stream.
person, but her friend was
Then I can
extremely
turn it up.
reclusive and never left his house, and so it just seemed like an
But
odd pairing.
'cause
Her friend was originally
Mr.
from
Ballin's
Germany,
got
but
me
even though he
putting up
lived
my
in the
shit.
Netherlands now for years, he had never learned the language, so he really couldn't communicate
Try
with
now?
anybody, including Yvonne, at least not in her native tongue. But for Yvonne, if
Try
anything,
now, bomb dropper.
the fact that people didn't necessarily think this was a good idea for them to be friends just made her feel more protective
Okay, you can
of
hear
her
your
friend.
like, tiniest little bit.
And also, she was especially sympathetic to
We're
the fact
we're
that
doing
her
market
friend
research
had
and
actually been abandoned
experimentation.
by his mother as a child. And so in a way, she sort of
that's
felt like she was
bullshit.
stepping in as sort of
True.
an maternal figure in her friend's life. And so Yvonne, she rounded a corner on the park's path, and up ahead, there was her friend's house. And she could actually see her friend through one of the windows. And he did not look particularly happy. He looked sort of dejected. And so as
Okay,
she
I'm gonna turn you up
approached,
some
you know, she made a
more.
big scene to be very
now.
smiley and happy, and she's waving to her friend.
Because you were like
And
really
sure enough,
loud
her friend
before, and now you're really
turned
quiet.
and looked out the
Okay,
window.
now you're redlining.
Saw Yvonne approaching, and he broke into a big
Okay.
smile, and he waved back.
Oh
You
no,
know,
your
it's
mic
like
is
even though they
shit,
didn't
bro.
speak the same language, there clearly was a connection there. And Yvonne was just filled with happiness, you know, so glad that she was here to see
Don't
him.
study,
And so Yvonne,
do
she
drugs.
made her way over to her friend, and that day really was
know.
spent.
I guess it's hard to just talk over
the
over Mr. Ballin,
which,
right?
Again, they
You're
don't
trying to
speak the
talk
same
over Mr.
language,
Ballin. What are
so
you
it was just
doing?
sort of a lot of, you know, body language and gestures.
Mr.
And sort of
Ballin.
just sitting together and just sort of enjoying each other's company. There wasn't really any direct communication happening, but this was a unique relationship. And for Yvonne, whatever it was enough for her. And she felt like for her friend, it was reciprocated. He appreciated their time together, and that was enough. But even though Yvonne in particular really looked forward to these visits and was having a really nice time on this particular day, she couldn't stay forever. She had a family and other things she needed to get done.
You're
So
crack,
around
Nick,
2:30
crack,
p.m.,
you're
after having
crack.
spent about an hour with her
Crackhead.
friend, she said goodbye to him, and then she turned and left, knowing that the two of them would see each other again soon. And so Yvonne, after turning and leaving her friend's house, she only got a few steps down the path she came in on when two things happened at once. The first thing was she noticed there was a group of kids in the park who were throwing rocks, and she knew instinctively, like, the kids should not be throwing rocks. So that sort of registered. She wasn't doing anything about it, but she was just aware that there are children throwing rocks nearby. And then the second thing she noticed is she heard splashing coming from behind her. She didn't think it was coming from the kids throwing rocks. She's thinking it didn't rain anytime recently, so there's no reason that there'd be splashing sounds around her. There's no puddles or anything. The only splashing that made sense was it was coming from this stream that was sort of off limits in the park. Nobody had access to it. There was no reason to get down there to that stream, but it sounded very much like that was the splashing that she was hearing. And so Yvonne, she's just consciously aware of these things happening. This was not something that was alarming. She's just aware. And so she found herself turning around to see in particular what that splashing sound was. And as she turned around, something huge smashed into her, pinned her to the ground. All she could hear was screaming throughout the park. And the last thought she had before she blacked out was, oh my God, I'm about to die.
Attacked by a bear?
Not far away, a man named Arvid Hendricks, who had also come to the same park with his wife and his two kids, heard the screams echoing through the park. He was right outside the cafe that Yvonne.
Bear, right? It's a bear. It's gotta be a
just been
bear,
about to go
right? It's a
inside
bear.
when all this
I
commotion
grab a drink.
started.
I'll be right
So
back.
this particular cafe sat on a path
Let me know if
that
it's a
cut through
bear.
the park itself. It was a small place, almost like a glorified snack bar. And it had a big pavilion right in front of it with outdoor seating that looked out over the park. And from Arvid's perspective, as he was standing on that pavilion near the cafe entrance, he could hear these people screaming and actually started to see them running in his direction. But Arvid had no idea what they were screaming about or what they were running from. It just seemed like all of a sudden everybody's panicking and coming this way. And so instinctively, Arvid's thinking, okay, there's something threatening going on, and he needs to make sure his family is safe before he even knows what the threat is. So he grabbed his kids and his wife, and he ran into the restaurant along with everybody else. And remember, this restaurant, this cafe, was not huge. Inside, it sort of felt like a dining hall with large communal tables. And so with all these people rushing inside, this place quickly became chaotic. And then after all these people came inside, a few of the people went forward and did their best to barricade the front doors. Even though they were glass and would be pretty easy to break through, they did what they could to sort of block them off. After this, despite there still being this really intense energy sort of buzzing around the room, things actually kind of calmed down. You know, Arvid and probably many other people in this cafe did not know what was going on. They had just sort of reacted instinctively and went in here, assuming there has to be some real threat out there. Let's take shelter. And so there's this weird lull period where everyone's kind of looking around, Arvid included, trying to figure out, is there really a big threat out there or are we overreacting here? And as they're all sitting there kind of wondering what's going on, the front doors, the glass doors, suddenly shatter. And once again, the whole group is thrust into absolute chaos once again, as all the parents are grabbing their kids, and even though they still don't really know what's going on, they're trying to rush towards those shattered doors to get out of this place, which now feels like it is dangerous, in some ways worse than outside. And so it's this huge bottleneck as the door, as everyone's screaming.
Say a bunch of bad stuff while it's going, bomb dropper. You're gonna get me
he could
banned.
tell there was no way he could get through this cluster of people desperately trying to get out. And so he just grabbed his wife and his kids, and they went under one of the tables and they hid. And for the next couple of minutes, everything all around Arvid and his family continued to be absolutely chaotic and madness. But then eventually, everything just went quiet.
I know, right?
As everybody else made their way out
It's
of the
a
cafe.
joke.
It was
It's
just
an
Arvid and
absolute
his family sitting there
failure.
wondering what the heck is going
Pathetic.
on.
3,
And
2,
for a
1,
moment,
toe.
Arvid felt like, okay, I'm safe. You know, I don't know what's going on, but you know, me and my family, we are safe. However, before he instructed his kids and his wife to come out of their hiding spot, he heard the sound of more glass shattering, and then he heard these loud stomping sounds as something huge was making its way through those front doors into the cafe. And suddenly, it hit Arvid when he looked out and saw what it was. Why everybody was running. And he also realized that he and his family were now trapped. It would turn out all the people in Yvonne's life who frowned on her special friendship had been right to do so. Because although Yvonne loved her daily routine with her friend did not actually feel the same way. Every day when Yvonne went to visit, she would sit with her friend and keep him company. And Yvonne's friend would smile back at her. This was sort of the rapport they had developed, at least in Yvonne's mind. The smiling back and forth suggested they were friends. What
was
Yvonne
a bear,
didn't
right?
realize is that them smiling back and forth was actually something her friend hated. And on that particular Friday afternoon, her friend was already in a very bad mood. The park that surrounded his house was so crowded and so loud, and those kids who Yvonne saw throwing rocks when she left had been doing it earlier. They were throwing rocks that whole time that she was visiting with her friend, and some of those rocks were hitting her friend's house, and it was making him so agitated and mad. And then the whole time through this interaction, Yvonne is smiling over and over at her friend, thinking this is so great.
You're so
and it just
loud, Bomb
totally
Dropper.
sent her friend over the edge. And so when Yvonne finally left and walked away, the friend, should have felt relieved because now, one of the things that was really agitating him was gone. Yvonne, she was gone. But the friend knew she wasn't really leaving for good. She would just come back tomorrow, like she always did, with that same enraging smile on top of all the other things.
So it wasn't a bear, it was an actual person that attacked her?
Just could not take it any longer. So he snapped. He stormed out of his house, splashing through that off-limits stream in the park to get to Yvonne as she walked away.
So he attacked her?
Just before he reached her, she turned around and saw him. This time, he smiled at Yvonne before she could smile at him. And for once, she didn't smile back. Instead, she looked terrified. And this was because Yvonne's friend was a 400-pound silverback gorilla.
Okay, it was a fucking gorilla.
Bokito.
Okay, it wasn't a bear, it was
Park
a
he lived
gorilla.
in was a zoo. To silverback gorillas, smiling is not a sign of friendship. It's a sign of aggression and hostility. So it's very
I knew it
likely
was some
that
sort
from
of fucking
Bokito's point of
animal.
view, almost every day for years, Yvonne had been coming to his enclosure, in essence, to threaten him. At least that's very likely how he interpreted it. And he had been basically threatening her back whenever he smiled by showing his teeth. And he thought maybe
She's
that
a
would get her to
fucking
go away.
idiot.
But it never worked. She always came back and just continued to threaten him. And so eventually, like the story goes, it became too much. Luckily,
And
though,
he fucking
Bokito
fucked her
didn't
up.
harm really anybody except for Yvonne. He bit her over 100 times and broke multiple bones, but Yvonne did survive.
Damn.
But no other guests were harmed, including Arvid and his family. They were trapped in that cafe with Bokito, who, after attacking Yvonne, had charged in there and was walking around. But Bokito never attacked, and so at a certain point, Arvid and his family were able to run to safety. After she recovered, Yvonne would tell the media that Bokito was still her darling. That's what she called him. And in fact, she would go back to the zoo to see Bokito after that.
God damn,
This
women
time,
are so dumb. I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck? It's like... Fucking ads. God damn it. So, now the Ballin's not talking. What's up, Bomb Dropper?
Smash that dead body.
Let me turn you up so I can hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Shit, that's probably too loud. Okay, try now.
Can you hear me?
You're still a little quiet, but it was like muffled.
Can you hear me?
That's what you sound like. Now I'm just making fun of you.
Can
I'm
you
sorry.
Can you hear me right now?
Okay, now you're like... Because, like, you're peeking, but I can't understand what you're saying. So it's like you're loud enough, but... I don't know what to tell you.
Bullshit, I'm loud enough.
I have no idea what you just said.
Turn up the volume.
But the volume's okay. You said turn up the volume. The volume is at a good level. It's just like I can hear you. I can't understand you. Does that make sense?
No.
I was gonna do something and now I don't remember what it was. You distracted me, bomb dropper. What was I gonna do?
You are going to start.
I paused this for a reason. I was about to say something right as we went into ads. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, right. Okay, it's like the woman who, so her mom... I think... Okay, so it was like her mom hired like an illegal alien to like clean their house, and he wound up raping and killing her mom. And then she visited him in jail, and then like basically forgave him, and then he got out of jail, and then she gave him a job, and then he raped her and killed her. And it's like, how stupid do you have to be? Like, holy fuck. It's like, at that point, I mean, you don't want to say it, but like, you fucking deserve it. At that point. Like, you did it to
3 a.m.
yourself.
On August 11th, 1965, a 19-year-old student named
Well,
Ali
he
Doe
repented.
He's
changed his ways.
Dark, narrow road
No, you're a
in
fucking
northwest
idiot.
Turkey. Ali and about 50 other passengers were on their way from the city of Ankara to Istanbul,
True bomb
which is
dropper.
the largest city in Turkey.
Have you
They
written
were
any
about
more of your
3
story,
hours
bomb
into a
dropper?
5-hour trip. Ali had passed the time so far
Yes.
by speaking with the man who just happened to be sitting.
Like how much? Like enough to present? It's been a while since we've read a chapter of it.
I published a new storybook, so if you want to read it.
Well, I don't know where the link for it is, but post the link in there, and when this is over, we'll read that. I'm totally down for that. I don't remember where we left off, though.
Next to him, he was an Air Force lieutenant.
No,
the
it's a
lieutenant
new
told
story,
Ali.
so
Oh,
second
a
one.
new story? What about the
Yeah.
old story? Like me and you, intoxication and bomb dropper.
No, just random dudes.
So you're not going to finish it?
There will be at least 14 chapters, so it will take a little bit of time, but I'll finish it.
You're cutting in and out, but I think I got the gist of what you said.
Right?
Okay, you're doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
Fucker.
Yes, your mother.
All right. Well, let's just
that
get through this
originally
video and
he had
then
actually
we'll
been booked to take a
post your
flight
new
to
story and we'll
Istanbul,
read through
but
it.
He had missed the flight, and so here he was on the bus.
My internet
But
is
he
very
told
slow.
Ali that actually he was really enjoying this bus ride. He had never been on a long bus ride before, and critically, he had scored the very front seat
Bless
of the
you.
bus, so he could
Bless
basically
you.
see out the front window of the bus. And so for him, that was kind of exhilarating. And for Ali, he had actually switched spots with a previous passenger who had been sitting next to the lieutenant when they first boarded. He had switched with that person because Ali, the reason he was switching,
Excuse
was
me,
he
bro.
wanted that view too. And so he and this lieutenant were sort of bonding over their shared excitement over, watching the road as they drove for hours on end. Ali and the lieutenant spoke in very quiet voices since almost everybody else on the bus was fast asleep. But these two, they're pumped, they're watching the road, they're talking about it quietly. But at a certain point, Ali, despite his enthusiasm for this ride, he started to feel pretty drowsy too. Ali was on his way back to Istanbul where he went to college. And later that day, because right now it's 3 a.m., later that day, he had a
Jesus,
big
bro.
exam. And
You
he
okay
knew
over
that
there?
As much as he wanted to stay up and sort of enjoy
Take a
the
fat
ride,
toke?
he really needed to get some sleep. So he took his sweatshirt and rolled it up like a pillow, put it behind his head, told the lieutenant he was going to sleep for a bit, and then he put his head back and closed his eyes. However, about 15 minutes later,
Well,
when
how
Ali
the-
was just really
do I-
beginning to actually
Oh,
fall
okay,
asleep, the bus was suddenly filled with screams, and Ali, he opened his eyes and he was looking out forward in the direction the bus was going, and he saw these bright headlights bearing down on the bus, and he knew they were about to collide with somebody on the road. And then the bus hard swerved to the right, and Ali's trying to hold on to the partition to keep himself seated, and he's getting ready to smash into this other vehicle, but right at the last second, the bus turns and slams off the road and comes crashing down in this ditch right off the side of the road. And then the bus kind of lurched to a stop because the bus driver was able to stop the crash. And for a second, Ali's looking around, everyone's so shaken up by this, and he's feeling, very relieved that they did not smash into an oncoming car. But despite feeling that relief, Ali quickly realized they had another problem. The bus was starting to fill with smoke. And so Ali and the lieutenant, in virtue of sitting at the very front of the bus, were the closest to the door
I think
leading
I
off
got
the
it.
bus. And now clearly everybody needs to
What are you
evacuate.
doing over there?
There's
You doing
kind
some
of fire
coke or
that's
some
happening
shit? Jesus
because
Christ,
of the
bro.
crash they've just been in. And so Ali and the lieutenant, they
No,
stand up,
I just
and the
got
bus
a
is kind
code.
of at a slant here because they're in this ditch. And they go up to the very front of the bus, and they actually look out the cracked front windshield, and they see there's this huge truck also in the ditch on the side of the road, and they're figuring that they must have collided in some way, like that was the truck that forced the bus off the road. And so it's like, okay, they've gotten into this accident, there's clearly a fire, we just gotta get off this bus. And so Ali and the lieutenant, they get to the door, and they try to open it, but the way the bus kind of crashed into this ditch,
I knew it, the
sort of
door is
warped
locked.
the frame of the bus.
No!
And so the lieutenant, he got down there and he began smashing on this door to try to open it up. And as this is happening, the smoke is getting much more intense inside of this bus, and all the people on the bus, the 50 some odd passengers behind them, they're starting to panic. Everyone's rushing forward, bumping into Ali and the lieutenant, trying to get off this bus. And then finally, the lieutenant, he manages to force open the doors. And the second he does, this additional rush of black smoke comes pouring into
That's
the
a
bus.
picture right
It's
there.
like you can't even see anything. Everyone's choking and screaming. And the lieutenant, he just yells to Ali to go, get out, jump out. And so Ali, he's the first one off the bus. He climbs down the steps. All he sees is smoke everywhere. He really has no idea where the fire is actually coming from. And so instinctively, he just jumps out of the bus, just jumps as high and as far as he possibly can. And he actually hits the other side of the ditch. And he kind of stumbles and climbs up and gets away from the bus. And as soon as he did, he turned around and he's looking at the bus, and it's nighttime, but even still in the darkness, he just sees the bus is completely engulfed in all this smoke. He can't quite tell where the fire is. He's thinking, the engine must have caught fire and it's spreading across the undercarriage of the bus, but it's getting so bad. And he's hearing all the people on board desperately trying to get off out that door the lieutenant had forced open. But there's some kind of bottleneck. They're not getting out. It's like they're stampeding towards the front of the bus. People are screaming. It's chaos. And then Ali hears some of the windows being pushed open. People start jumping out the windows. I mean, they are desperate to get off this bus. And at first, what Ali hears are screams of what sounds like desperate and scared people just trying to evacuate. But quickly, those screams, when the folks started coming out of the bus, turned to pure agony. But as Ali is listening to this and watching this disaster unfold, he's thinking, okay, well, the reason they're screaming is because it's possible they could be catching on fire here, or maybe, they're jumping off and breaking bones or getting hurt from leaping out the window, and that's all terrible. But people are getting out of this bus, and before long,
Don't interrupt
they're
Mr.
gonna come
Bolin.
up and over that side of the ditch, and they're going to join me. Like, these people, they're coming out of the bus. I'm seeing it happen. But all that happened is the screams of agony got louder and louder, and nobody.
Yo, Tyler, what's up?
All alone.
How's it
And he
going,
had no
Tyler?
idea. All he sees is
How was the stream today, good sir? What were you doing? More Trackmania? You're playing with the missus? No pun intended. You know what I mean? Welcome in everyone. We're just watching a Mr. Ballin doing a comparison on a masterclass. Ignore Bomb Dropper, he's on Discord. He's being a little bitch. He's being a little bitch, interrupting the stream like a little bitch. But he's got a story for us, so it's all good. That's what he thinks of his own story, trust me.
I heard you the first time.
Yes, thank you for the raid, Tyler. Good to see you, good sir. Hope your stream was going super well.
Smoke, and all he hears is screams.
You guys are trapped inside of a bus.
Authorities show up, and they clearly are right into the fray, trying to extinguish whatever fire is going on and trying to get people out and away from the bus. But despite this huge effort that Allie's watching happen right in front of him, granted it's obscured by the smoke, still nobody, including the lieutenant, came over the ditch to come be with Allie. He was all alone.
Jesus,
but
me.
eventually, Allie noticed a few of the authorities that had shown up to assist in this emergency were walking away from the smoke in the bus, carrying what appeared to be bodies. But as Allie stared at these people carrying these bodies, he realized they weren't whole bodies. They were body parts. It would turn out most of Allie's and the rest of the passengers' assumptions about exactly what happened in that crash were correct. The bus they were riding in did swerve after seeing the headlights of an oncoming vehicle, and it did hit that big truck they saw on the side of the road when Allie and the lieutenant first got to the front of the bus and looked out. That was the truck they hit. Now, it was not a head-on collision. It was sort of a glancing blow as the bus swerved to avoid a head-on collision, but that crash sent the bus off the road into the ditch, and it was that crash into the ditch that ultimately prompted all that smoke. But they were all wrong about what was causing that smoke. There was no fire. The truck that the bus narrowly avoided the head-on collision with, but did ultimately strike, causing both the bus to crash and the truck to crash, that truck was a shipping truck, and it was transporting a huge amount of freight to Istanbul. And the collision burst the truck's shipping containers, and so the contents of those containers, the freight itself, poured out into that ditch. And that ditch that basically the bus had landed inside of, that Allie had sort of jumped over on his way to get out of the bus, and that others were sort of falling into when they were coming out of the bus to avoid this, fire, or so they thought. It already had some water in it when that freight entered into the ditch. So the freight and the water combined. And that combination caused a chemical reaction, and that chemical reaction caused the smoke. Because that freight was nitric acid, a highly corrosive, highly toxic liquid chemical that now, despite being diluted by the water in the ditch, had basically filled the ditch. The ditch is now
and then people are just
effectively
basically
an
jumping
acid
into
bath
acid.
that's smoking,
Damn, that's
giving the
fucked.
impression the bus is on fire. And so all these folks are leaping out of the bus
into
and
acid,
landing in the ditch, which again is an acid bath, and they're being dissolved by the acid. Allie, when he left the bus first, he leapt out of the bus. He thought there was the fire right there, and he jumped up and out trying to clear the fire. And what he really did is he cleared the acid bath and landed on the other side.
I got a clip for us after
dissolving
this.
in the acid. But virtually everybody else in the bus was going right into the acid. And so in the end, of the nearly 50 people on board that bus, 26 literally dissolved to death.
That's fucked.
Thank you so much for watching today's episode.
So we got a clip for this. Endless scroll, yo, what's up?
Our next guest gave us, well, actually very little information, besides the fact that he is impervious to acid. So here he is. He's here to prove it. Let's welcome this guy.
Let's do this shit.
Now, you're sure about this?
Eat my
I did not know that ass was on the menu.
Don't steal my moment. Do it.
Okay, then without further ado, drop him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, my God. Oh, ah.
Looks like I'll be eating ass flambe. Please kill.
Good times, good times. Good old Rick and Morty. Alright, so we got Bomb Dropper's story now. Look at this shit. This shit is fucking peak, bro. Look at that. That is some peak creep right fucking there. I love it, Bomb Dropper. Alright. The start of Paradise Island. What, you're cricketing your own story? Isn't that a bad thing? You're cricketing your own story. I mean, you can quack and duck all day you want, but it ain't gonna matter what you do when it's not. I'm telling you right now, you gotta be a bot or it's not gonna get what you need. It's not. I swear. Bomb Dropper gets down on his knees for that. I mean, what? Alright, here we go. Jack slammed the trunk of the rental car shut with a satisfied thud, brushing snow off his hoodie as the wind nipped at his cheeks. Alright, everyone, welcome to paradise, he called out, voice echoing across the frozen shoreline. Oh, here, let me fix this. Okay. Brock, already tugging a small cooler out of the back. Do you want to read this, Bomb Dropper? Yo, Book. What's up?
Hello. I'm just lurking.
Bomb Dropper came in, so we're reading his new story.
Okay.
Bro, read it. Fuck up, read it.
Alright, fine. Fuck. God, you're so demanding. Fuck.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Woo! He called out, voice echoing across the frozen shoreline. Brock already tugging the small cooler out of the back. Grinning that said, Paradise? You mean this abandoned island? You mean this Shadow Realm? True. Where's Smokey when you need him? Paradise, you mean this abandoned island that looks like someone vomited concrete and moss everywhere? James stoically balanced a bag of firewood on his shoulder, laughed. Honestly, it's perfect. Nothing like testing your survival skills in the middle of nowhere. And guess what? No fire starters needed. Nature's on our side. David, meticulously inspecting a pile of nearby fallen branches and logs, added, and I'll be building our hut right here, so we don't have to sleep in the snow tonight. Anyone allergic to splinters? Samantha, arms crossed and looking bored, rolled her eyes. I'm just here to enjoy the trip. No splinters, no cold, just hot chocolate and Instagram photos, thanks. Josh nudged his brother Joshua. Wait. Is that a mistake, Bomb Dropper? Josh nudged his brother Joshua?
Is Joshua, yes, you're right.
But they're both named Josh. That's...
Bro, one guy is Josh and other guy is Joshua.
So you're telling me that the same parents named one of their kids Josh and one of their kids Joshua?
Yes.
You know how ridiculous that sounds, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna name my kid Scott and Scotty. What are your kids' names? Scott and Scotty.
Oh, bro, nice names, by the way.
I'm sure there's a language barrier thing here, but like this isn't something you would do in English.
Bro, shut the fuck up, let's read.
I'm just saying. That's fucked up, bro. I'd be pissed at my fucking parents. I'd be like, wait, you named me the same name as him? What the fuck? No, you're Joshua. Yeah, that Josh is short for fucking Joshua. Are you retarded?
This is worse than twin names.
Yeah. Imagine if they're twins. I'm dropping this story, bomb dropper.
Bro, didn't I say in the description that a bullshit story?
You did say it was a bullshit story, so you know what? I concede. I concede. As long as you know that's not something you would actually do. Because I'm like, wait, is this a language barrier? Does he not understand the difference between the two names? Like, but okay, no, you're just being retarded on purpose. Okay, I can get behind that. That's my entire existence is being retarded on purpose. Whispering.
What is retarded?
I am.
So retarded means gay.
Yes, this is what retarded means.
Then I'm not retarded. Sorry.
That's what retarded means.
Okay, start reading.
Scotty got shut down hard.
Don't worry, Scotty. I will let you suck magic.
No thanks. Bet she complains more than the wind, Joshua snorted. Probably, but hey, if she survives the first night, she deserves a medal. The group laughed as Jack walked toward the dense forest that led to the lake, crunching snow beneath his boots. Come on, team, adventure awaits! Let's find the perfect camping spot before the sun goes down. I thought they were already pitching their tents. Thought they were already pitching their tents!
Supposed to be in their tent when they just landed there, bro. Bro, are you retarded or something?
Yeah, I can definitely be retarded. But he already said, I'm gonna make the tent right here. And then like, let's go find a camping spot. It's like, but I said right here.
Not make you do that.
Continuity error.
Everything in this story is fucked up on purpose. Bomb droppers just slamming letters and words onto the page. Yeah, this is my award-winning story. It's literally gibberish, but it's the best story ever told, because anyone can imagine what kind of story it is, because nobody can translate it.
Yes.
All
no
I can
one
tell
can copy my masterpiece.
Exactly. See, there you go. If you can't even understand it, how are they supposed to copy you and understand it? This is like 5,000 IQ shit.
It's not shit, bro. It's bullshit.
Or 5 IQ. That could also work.
It's funny how those extremes are so close together, isn't it, Book?
Practically twins.
Good boy.
Let's find the perfect camping spot before the sun goes down. They moved as a pack through the forest coated underbrush, Brock occasionally stopping to pick up random berries or mushrooms. Hey guys, anyone up for a mystery stew tonight? Brock asked with mischievous grin. Mystery stew? You might like, we might survive it or die stew. Jack retorted, laughing. Brock shrugged. Adds flavor, my friend. As they approached the lake, a broken outline of what seemed like an old mall peered through the fog. skeletal frame wrapped in veins and moss. Man, James said, leaning on his walking stick. Look at that. Imagine trying to shop here. Zombies probably got tired of waiting. Yeah, David muttered, examining a fallen wood plank. The structural integrity is, well, questionable, but perfect for a little hut. They spent the next hour gathering materials, with Jack directing the operation. Me too! I'm very confused too, Book. But hey, it's a bullshit story, so I think it's supposed to be a fever dream. In a way. Okay, David, that pile of logs is yours. James, fire pit over there. Brock, start scouting for anything edible. And Samantha, maybe take some photos of how competent we all are. Samantha sighed dramatically, but obliged, taking her phone out. Fine, but if I get eaten by a raccoon, I'm blaming all of you. Laughter echoed across the lake as the first rays of sunlight began to fade, before suddenly quiet except for the crunching of their boots and the occasional bird call. Generally, writing is good, but it's like he mushed a bunch of half scenes together. Welcome to Bomb Dropper's writing book. By late afternoon, the hut was taking shape. Not a fan. A modest structure of logs and branches, slightly crooked, but sturdily built enough to house 6 people and their supplies. David wiped his brow, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Not bad for an afternoon's labor. Looks cozy enough. James crouched by the fire pit, striking flint against stone until sparks flew. This is AI, isn't it, Bomb Dropper? That's why it's so fucked up, right? James crouched by the fire pit, striking flint against stone until sparks flew. Cozy is one word, survival is another. Either way, we're covered. No matches required. Excuse me, I use AI, my stories make sense. I didn't say he was good at using AI, though, Book. Brock was juggling a half-cooked turkey over a small grill he had improvised from stones and fallen branches, humming a tune. You guys are too serious. Food is the real survival skill, and I'm the master. But you disparaged all of AI in that sentence. Be specific.
Bro, what?
No, I just said like it probably might be AI then if it's fucked up that much.
Bro, if it's a bullshit story, it's... Of course it's AI, bro. This bullshit story. Wait, I'll be right back.
But again, I never said anything about the AI book or you know? It's like the AI is bad, but you can make the AI good, right? But the AI in general is bad. Continuity-wise. Like, AI is not good at continuity. I feel like I'm getting sick, guys. Not allowed. Wave some sage and put an enema up your butt. Nice. Nice. This is boring. We're in the middle of an ad. It's an ad break. Sorry, I was trying not to be a dick and do the ads. But you know, if you want the ads, I can bring on the ads. Brock was juggling a half-cooked turkey over a small grill he had improvised from stones and fallen branches, humming a tune. You guys are too serious. Food is the real survival skill, and I'm the master, he declared proudly. Jack raised an eyebrow. Master, huh? Last time you almost burned your own shirt making ramen. Brock waved him off. Details, details. This time I've upgraded. Behold the ultimate turkey surprise. Samantha, sitting cross-legged on a nearby rock and scrolling through her phone, muttered, ultimate disaster, more like. Josh leaned back on a log, wrapping his scarf tighter around his neck. I like this. Makes our historical knowledge feel useful, too. I'm gonna make you read a nonsense smut story. Give me like 2 minutes. Oh, I love it, book. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Imagine explaining to someone in 100 years that a group of kids survived here using nothing but logs, fire, and a weird turkey concoction. Joshua chuckled. And what about that mall over there? Bet it's got stories older than your great-grandparents. Jack crouched by the water's edge, testing the temperature and examining a few scattered fish. Okay, team, I've got a plan for tonight. We go fishing, secure some fruits, and make sure our water cleaner works. And we all eat, sleep, and wake up alive. Sounds simple enough, James said, already sketching a layout of how the camp should be monitored. Brock waved. Skewer triumphantly. Simple, that's boring. Let's make it exciting. Extra herbs, mystery sauce, possibly some pine needles. Add zing. Samantha groaned. I swear, if I survive this trip, I'm never letting you cook again. Oh, come on, Brock said with a grin. Part of the adventure. You'll thank me when the flavor hits your taste buds. Jack shook his head, smiling, and murmured to himself, yeah, flavor, food poisoning. Either way, it's memorable. The sun dipped lower, casting the mossy structures in long shadows. For a moment, the forest seemed different, silent, watching. But they shrugged it off, laughing and joking, as if the quiet were part of the peaceful wilderness. Oh, shit! He's coming for you. She's coming for you. No.
I'm angry, bro.
Hey, shut up and read, okay? Bitch. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Night fell, and the friends gathered around a small fire, the flickering flames illuminating their faces in golden light. Brock presented his turkey creation to the flourish of a chef unveiling a masterpiece. Behold, he said, bowing dramatically. Samantha took a tentative bite and immediately coughed, waving her hands. What is this? Brock beamed. A culinary marvel. Jack tried not to laugh and said, yeah, a marvel if we survive it. Laughter erupted again, echoing across the still lake. James added, seriously though, this is nice. Food, fire, and friends. Nothing else matters tonight. David nodded, poking the fire with a stick. And we got shelter, water, and supplies. Literally the dream camping trip. Joshua whispered to Josh, do you feel that? Like the forest isn't just quiet, it's waiting. Josh shrugged. Probably just the wind. Jack, staring into the shadows cast by the firelight, noticed a movement at the edge of the forest. Guys, did anyone see that? Samantha rolled her eyes. See what? Oh, please, don't tell me the island is ghosts. Brock laughed, grabbing another piece of turkey. Ghosts? Please, we're adults, unless you like mystery stew. Jack squinted, frowning. No, I don't think it's a ghost, but something's out there. The others leaned in, squinting toward the forest. The shadows seemingly stretched unnaturally. Probably just a deer, James said, though his voice carried the slightest tremor. Jack shook his head, a small grin forming despite the unease. Or maybe the island just likes making a dramatic entrance. And with that, they settled into their sleeping bags, talking and joking, unaware that the island had already begun noticing them. Somewhere beyond the tree line in the silent ruins of malls and broken towers, eyes, or whatever they were, watched patiently, waiting for the right moment. But for now, the night was theirs, filled with laughter, burnt turkey, and the fragile illusion of safety. The quiet of the forest was heavy, yet somehow comforting, and the group drifted off to sleep. The gentle lapping of the lake, the only sound between them and whatever the island was holding back. Oh. I liked it! I liked it! It's so random and out there. I'm done, but it's a mess. It's a mess, but intense. You'll love it. Okay, let's get to it. Fuck yeah, post that shit, book. But no, I really like this. It's like, it's ambiguous, it's ridiculous, it's off the wall, it's random, it's like, what the fuck is going on? I kinda like it. I kinda like it. I like the ambiguity. It's what I'm all about. And I'm sure we'll learn more as we go, right?
Okay, I will go now. I will
Okay,
have to
I'm a
write
hot
chapter
mess too,
2
but
and
so we can be a hot mess together. Me and your story.
boy.
Oh my god, I'm a piece of shit. I totally forgot about Raymond Dow's poem. I'm such a piece of shit, Raymond. Why didn't you remind me? Raymond, why didn't you remind me? Now I feel like a dick. Fuck. Guys, I'm just a forgetful fucking retarded piece of shit. The Great Cucumber Catastrophe of Lust Hollow. Okay. Well, since Raymond's here, we gotta read Raymond's first, because I skipped the fuck over him way earlier. And I was so excited, and then I completely forgot about it, because I'm a fucking piece of shit. God damn. Why do you guys let me get away with this? Okay. Illumination of the South. Dripping its burnished tensities around the identical, simultaneous afternoons. Behold the lean, difficult day presents itself, faithful to its austere rhythm, pure, subdued. Its infinite leaves, which intensely mark the limit, of which it emerges, greened again from deep sides. Turn over my young will, loving and virile, just as it was sung this morning. For there I stand, O monument of light, always inclined toward you, a stranger to myself, ready for your sudden irradiation of swords, fixed upon your haughty meaning of spectre. O light of upright solitudes, of inflexible heights, and equatorial events, and so set this perfection rolling across your plane. I can now say everything, gather everything. It bursts forth, arises from this lamp in fragments. Nocturnal poem that I have written with imprecise letters. Night of bluish storm. Oh, incomparable rectitude. I am the one who commands this joyous expanse, the one who keeps watch over the friend's sleep, the one who is always ready, the one who bends that fatigue and thins all mirrors. Now I catch my face in the water of those deep farewells, in the lamps of those final sobs, for I stand behind everything, weeping for what was taken from myself. And I love the warmth of this painful flesh that shelters me, the sensual shadow of naked sadness I stole from the angels, the ring of my breath newly wrought. It is all that remains, oh anxiety. Lower, then, upon my sobs your deep leaden weights of calm. Quicken those flames, these lofty disciplines, this order that smiles upon my knees. Morbid light of all the bells, not a single thought. O poets, the poems exist. They await us.
Hell yeah, Raymond. I really like that. The more you look inside, the worse things you'll find, but the more important it is that you look further inside, because you have to make sure that those things aren't the things that get out. Because when you realize that you're the one who's trapped inside and the other one is on the outside, ooh, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, now we got books. All right. Did you even read this book? I don't even believe that you even read this. Skimmed it. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, I need a toke before this. This is some big stuff. All right. All right. This is Book's bullshit 5-minute story. Can it pass? Is AI good enough that this can pass? Highly smutty edition. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toe!
Are we prepared? Are we ready? Are we good? Are we going? Are we got it? We in it? We got it? We got. Let's do it. The Great Cucumber Catastrophe of Lust Hollow. In the sleepy hamlet of Lust Hollow. Population 47. Plus one very confused alpaca. Lived Penelope Penny Pumpernickel, 29. Award-winning zucchini grower. Part-time librarian and full-time over thighs that can crush walnuts and hearts in equal measure. Ooh. Damn, is she thick? She a thick mama? Across the dirt road lived Cornelius Neal Nectarine. 32. Professional scarecrow repairman. Amateur taxidermist. And the only man in 3 counties who could whistle Beethoven's Fifth Symphony through his left nostril. That's such a fucking hilarious fucking detail. I love it, book. The things he can do with his tongue. If he can do that with his nose. The implication of knowing that this is smut is hilarious. I don't think the AI would make that connection, but that's where I put it. It's like, what can you do with your breath and your tongue if you can fucking do that with your nose? He must be a master fucking fellatio giver? Provider. They hated each other. Mostly because 3 summers ago, Penny's prize-winning zucchini had rolled purely by accident, she swore, down the gentle slope of her garden, gathered terrifying momentum, smashing through Neil's prize-winning scarecrow diorama titled The Rapture of Rutabagas. Rutabagas. And impaled the central Jesus rutabaga straight through the holy core. Neil had never forgiven her, and he had never apologized. Tonight the moon was gibbous and rude. Fireflies were drunk on fermented dew. Somewhere a barn owl was screaming like it had just discovered existentialism. And Penny's back door was open, not metaphorically, literally. Did you tell it to make a bunch of sexual innuendo jokes, or is this just completely unintentional? Like, this is fucking hilarious. Like, oh my god. She was trying to drag a 50-pound heritage pumpkin inside before raccoons unionized against her. She wore only an apron that read squash goals in cosmic sands. Strings tied in a bow so loose it was basically a suggestion. Obviously she's naked, right? I want a nonsense smut story with degrading and kinky and graphic romantic 5,000 words exact prompt. Damn. Damn. I love this. Sweat glistened between her breasts like someone had spilled a bottle of edible glitter lube. Her dark hair stuck to her neck in damp question marks. Neil watched from his porch swing, one hand around a lukewarm bottle of something labeled elderberry wine. Do not drink if you value your soul. The other hand slowly, unconsciously stroking the smooth wooden armrest like it owed him money. He told himself he was just making sure the raccoons didn't get ideas. He lied. When the pumpkin slipped from Penny's grip and rolled toward the road like a runaway boulder of orange doom, Neil moved before he could stop himself. He vaulted the railing, impressive for a man whose main cardio was yelling at blue jays, and caught the gourd in both arms like a very round, very judgmental child. Their eyes met over the obscene circumference of the pumpkin. You, Penny breathed. You, Neil growled. The pumpkin made a small, wet, suggestive squelch between them. Neither moved. Then Penny said very quietly, very dangerously, "Put it down, scarecrow boy." Neil's jaw ticked. "Make me, zucchini bitch." The air between them caught fire. He dropped the pumpkin. It hit the ground with a meaty thump that sounded suspiciously like foreplay. And he lunged, not gracefully, not elegantly, like a feral house cat that just discovered cocaine. She collided with him, palms slapping his chest, fingers immediately clawing into the thin cotton of his shirt. He stumbled back 2 steps, hit the porch post, and then grabbed her by the hips hard enough to leave fingerprints she'd admire in the mirror tomorrow. Their mouths crashed together like 2 drunk cars in a 4-way stop nobody signaled for. It wasn't a kiss, it was oral warfare. Teeth, tongue, spit, a little blood when she bit his bottom lip, and he retaliated by sucking so hard on her she made the sound like a tea kettle being murdered. Tasted like elderberry and spite. She tasted like summer soil and the promise of violence. Neil spun them. Her back slammed against the porch column. The wood groaned like it was aroused. He shoved a thigh between her legs. She immediately ground down on it like she was trying to start a campfire with friction alone. "Fucking hate you," she hissed into his mouth. "Feelings mutual, princess," he snarled, yanking the apron strings so violently the bow exploded into sad little pieces of fabric. The apron fell away. She was glorious, obscenely naked underneath. Neil stared for half a heartbeat, like a man who just realized the Mona Lisa was actually painted on his centerfold. Then he dropped to his knees so fast his joints popped like champagne corks. "Spread," he ordered. "Make me," she shot back, but her thighs were already parting like the Red Sea with a clit erection. He didn't bother with teasing. Buried his face between her legs like a man who'd been starving for years and finally found his buffet. His tongue was everywhere at once, flat and broad, then pointed and vicious, circling her clit, dipping inside, then back up to suck so hard her knees buckled. Penny grabbed 2 fistfuls of his hair and wrote his face like she was trying to win the Kennedy Derby on his tongue. "You taste like fucking victory," he growled against her cunt. "You talk too much," she gasped, then shoved his head harder until his nose was smashing against her pubic bone. He ate her like punishment. She came like Judgment Day, loud, wet, shaking, cursing every ancestor he ever had, while her thighs clamped around his ears hard enough to make his vision tunnel. When she finally let him breathe, his face was obscene, shiny, red, dripping, grinning like a lunatic. He stood, grabbed her by the throat, not gently, not romantically, but with the reverence of a man holding something sacred and breakable at the same time. "Look at you," he rasped, dripping all over my porch like a goddamn golden horse with feelings. A garden hose with feelings. She slapped him across the face. Not hard enough to bruise, hard enough to say thank you. He laughed, dark, broken, horny. Then picked her up like she weighed nothing, threw her over his shoulder and carried her inside his house. The screen door banged shut behind them. Inside smelled like cedar, old books, and the faint metallic tang of taxidermy glue. He dumped her on the kitchen table, plates rattled, the salt shaker fell over and died tragically. Neil tore his shirt off, buttons pinged like shrapnel. His chest was broad, scarred from years of barbed wire and bad decisions, dusted with dark hair that arrowed down into jeans that were already straining. He unbuckled the belt slowly, deliberately, letting the leather whisper threats. Benny propped herself on her elbows, legs spread shamelessly, cunt still swollen and glistening. "Scared, Scarecrow?" she taunted. Pulled the belt free with one long, slow tug. "No, baby," he said, voice velvet gravel. "I'm about to ruin you so thoroughly you'll never look at a vegetable the same way again." He doubled the belt, snapped at once, sharp, loud, obscene. Penny's pupils blew wide. He didn't hit her with it. He looped it around her throat like a collar, threaded the end through the buckle, pulled just tight enough that she had to work a little for every breath. Then he shoved his jeans down. No underwear. His cock sprang free, thick, veined, flushed dark, already leaking at the tip like it had options. Penny licked her lips. Neil stepped between her thighs, notched himself at her entrance, and stopped. Looked at her. Really looked. Moonlight through the window painted silver stripes across her face, her breasts, the faint bruises already blooming on her hips from his fingers. Something cracked in his chest. He leaned down, pressed his forehead to hers. "You still hate me?" he whispered. Penny's hands came up, cradled his face, thumbs stroking the stubble along his jaw. "Desperately," she breathed. "Good," he said. Then he slammed home in one brutal, perfect thrust. She screamed. He groaned like he'd been stabbed and thanked the blade for it. He fucked her like he was trying to carve his name into her soul. Hard, deep, relentless. The table creaked dangerously. A leg wobbled. Neither cared. Every thrust punched a new sound out of her. Gasps, whimpers, curses, pleas. His name like a prayer and a death threat at once. He kept the belt tight around her throat. Just enough. Always just enough. "You're mine," he snarled, his hips snapping. This cunt is mine. This body, this fucking heart. Wanted to rip out of my chest since the day that goddamn zucchini murdered my Jesus. Penny laughed, wild, breathless, teary. "Then take it," she gasped. "Take all of it. Ruin me, own me, love me, hate me. Don't don't fucking stop." He didn't. Flipped her over, bent her across the table, ass up, face down, belt still around her throat like reins. Spanked her once, hard, ringing, then again, and again. Each slap echoed like applause. Her ass bloomed red. She pushed back into every strike like she was starving for it. When he finally sank back inside her from behind, she keened so loud the windows rattled. He fucked her raw, he fucked her romantic. He called her slut, whore, princess, baby, love, mine, all in the same sentence. She came again, clenching, gushing, shaking so hard the table finally gave up and collapsed. They landed in a heap of splintered wood, scattered silverware, and obscene amounts of bodily fluids. Neil didn't pull out. He rolled them so she was draped across his chest, still impaled, still fluttering around him. She loosened the belt, slid it off, kissed the red ring it left around it like it was holy. Penny traced the scar on his left pec with her fingertip. "Really am sorry, but threw the bag at Jesus," she whispered. Neil huffed and laughed against her hair. "I'm not," he said. "I'd let you destroy 1,000 dioramas if it ends with you like this." She lifted her head and looked at him, soft, open, terrified. "I love you," she said, "and I hate that I love you." He cupped her face, kissed her slowly, deep, sweet, filthy. "I've loved you since the moment that zucchini hit me in the dick," he murmured against her lips. "I just didn't know it was love. I thought it was tinnitus." Penny laughed so hard she clutched around him. He groaned. "Round two?" she asked, already rolling her hips. He flipped her underneath him with the ruined kitchen floor. "Round two," he agreed, "and 3 and 4 until the sun comes up and we have to explain to the neighbors why there's a broken table, a belt, and suspiciously large vegetable on my lawn." Outside, the gibbous moon watched. The fireflies took no— Fuck! I almost made it to the end. Fuck! I was like 1.5 sentences short. I love it, book. I'm like, if, like, you could believe that this wasn't AI. Or am I crazy? I'm both happy and sad. Yeah, that sounds about right. It has better writer than me, but fuck it. I could use it and make me some moolah. True, we could just mass produce some epic fucking smut. So the fireflies took notes, and somewhere in the darkness, a single zucchini began to grow very, very quietly. Happy. Yeah, I don't know why it says happy at the end there. Callie doesn't want us to use AI. I never said for us, book. I just said in general. That's what a lot of people do. You know, 50 bucks here, 50 bucks there. It is what it is. You and I could do a second business where it's just pure AI. How good is AI at smut? Well, let's find out. I mean, we can fix it a bit, but overall just AI. Yeah, that way we can mass produce it and we can make a shit ton of content. Give it 6 months. AI is going to be so fucking good. Alright. Now that comes the moment everyone's been dreading the entire stream. I know, you guys. I know, but we have to get through it. There are just some things in the stream just have to be painful, okay? The Great Hunt. We're on chapter 6. Dark Prophecy. You ready? Oh. Are you ready for this shit? Is this gonna be another log chapter? The farmhouse door shook under furious blows from outside. The heavy bar across the door jumped in its brackets. Beyond the window next to the door moved the heavy muzzled silhouette of a Trolloc. Will you read? I'm gonna get Grok to write like 10 stories in the same length and post it in the Discord. Hell yeah, perfect book. That sounds amazing. There were windows everywhere and more shadowy shapes outside. Not shadowy enough though. Rand could still make them out. The windows, he thought desperately. He backed away from the door, clutching his sword before him in both hands. Even if the door holds, they can break the windows. Why aren't they trying the windows? With a deafening metallic screech, one of the brackets pulled partly away from the doorframe. Hanging loose on nails, ripped fingers width out of the wood. The bar quivered from another blow, and the nails squealed again. We have to stop them, Rand shouted. Only we can't. Can't stop them. He looked around for a way to run, but there was only one door. The room was a box. Only one door and so many windows. We have to do something. Something. It's too late, Matt said. Don't you understand? His grin looked odd in a bloodless, pale face, and the hilt of his dagger stood out from his chest, the ruby that capped it blazing as if it held fire. The gem had more life than his face. It's too late for us to change anything. Finally gotten rid of them, Perrin said, laughing, blood streaming down his face like a flood of tears from his empty sockets. He held out red hands, trying to make Rand look at what he held. I'm free now. It's over. It's never over, Althor, Padden Fane cried, capering in the middle of the floor. The battle's never done. The door exploded in splinters, and Rand ducked away from the flying shards of wood. 2 red-clad Aes Sedai stepped through, bowing their masters in mask. The color of dried blood covered Baalzamon's face, but Rand could see the flames of his eyes through the eye slits. He could hear the roaring flames of Baalzamon's mouth. It is not yet done between us, Althor, Baalzamon said, and he and Fane spoke together as one. For you,
The battle is never done. With a strangled gasp, Rand sat up on the floor, chewing his way awake, clawing his way awake. Jesus. It seemed he could still hear Fane's voice, as sharp as if the peddler were standing beside him. It's never over. The battle's never done. Bleary-eyed, he looked around to convince himself that he was still hidden away where Egwene had left him, bedded down on a pallet in the corner of her room. The dim light of a single lamp suffused the room, and he was surprised to see Nynaeve knitting in a rocking chair on the other side of the lone room, its covers still in place. It was night outside. Dark-eyed and slender, Nynaeve wore her hair in a fat braid, pulled over one shoulder and hanging almost to her waist. She had not given up on home. Her face was calmed, and she seemed aware of nothing except her knitting as she gently rocked. Steadily, click-click, her knitting needles was the only sound. The rug silenced the rocking chair. There had been nights of late when he had wished for a carpet on the cold stone floor of his room, but in Shinar, men's rooms were always bare and stark. The windows here had 2 tapestries, mountain scenes with waterfalls and flower-embroidered curtains alongside the arrow slits. Cut flowers, white morning stars stood in a flat, round vase on the table by the bed, and the more nodded, the more knotted in glazed white. Another hung from the waiststand. With its blue-striped mirrors, there was none in this room, and he did not miss it. There was only one lamp lit, but 4 more stood around the room, which was nearly as large as one he shared with Matt and Perrin. Egwene had it alone. Without looking up, Nynaeve said, "If you sleep in the afternoon, you can't expect to sleep at night." He frowned, though she could not see it, at least. He thought she could not. She was only a few years older than he, but being wisdom added 50 years of authority. "I need a place to hide, and I was tired," he said, then quickly added, "I didn't just come here. Egwene invited me into the women's apartments." Nynaeve lowered her knitting and gave him an amused smile. She was a pretty woman. That was something he would never have noticed back home. One just does not think of a wisdom that way. "The light helped me, Rand. You are becoming more Shannara every day. Invited into the women's apartments, indeed." She sniffed. "Any day now you'll start talking about your honor and asking peace to favor your sword." She colored and hoped she did not notice in the dim light. "Blessings, love and light, good day, chat. How are y'all? Yo, pork chops, what's up? How's it going? Not much, we're just reading The Great Hunt, Book 2 of the Wheel of Time." She eyed his sword, its hilt sticking out of a long bundle beside him on the floor. He knew she did not approve of the sword, of any sword, but she said nothing about it for once. "Egwene told me why you need a place to hide. Don't worry, we'll keep you hidden from the Amyrlin or from any other Aes Sedai, if that is what you want." Oh man, we could have an Aes Sedai infighting battle here because nobody knows what the fuck is going on and everyone's trying to seal the fucking bad guy in every way they can without actually collaborating about it. This is why you talk to people and you collaborate, because then you can figure shit out. And you don't wind up in this position where you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. She met his eyes and jerked hers away, but not before he saw her uneasiness, her doubt. That's right, I can channel the power. A man wielding the one power. You ought to be helping the Aes Sedai. Hunt me down and gentle me. Scowling, straightened the leather jerkin Egwene had found him for that and twisted around so he could lean back against the wall. As soon as I can, I will hide in a cart or sneak out. You won't have to hide me long. Nynaeve did sneak out. You won't have... Do not say anything. She fixed on her knitting. She made an angry sound when she dropped the snitch. Where's Egwene? She let her knitting fall into her lap. I don't know why I'm even trying tonight. I can't keep track of my stitches for some reason. She'd gone down to Padden Fane. She thinks seeing faces he knows might help her. Mine certainly did not, she ought to say from within him. He's dangerous. He wants to help him, Nynaeve said calmly, remember? He wants... she was trained to be my assistant. Being a wisdom is not all predicting the weather. Healing is part of it too. Egwene is the desire to heal, the need to. And if Padden Fane is so dangerous, Moiraine would have said something. He barked a laugh. You didn't ask her. Egwene admitted it. And I can see you asking permission for anything. Her eyebrows raised, wiped the laugh from her face, then refused to apologize, though they were a long way from home. And he did not see how she could go on being wisdom of Edmund's Field if she was going to Tar Valon. Have they started to search for me yet? Egwene is not sure if they will, but Lan says the Amyrlin seed is here because of me, and... I think I'll take his option over hers. For a moment, Nynaeve did not answer. Instead, she fussed with her skirts of yarn. Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Who did what? Where? When? Who? What? Why? What happened? Huh? Finally, she said.
Watching.
I'm not sure. One of the serving women came a little while ago to turn down the bed, she said. As if Egwene would be going to sleep already with the feast and the Amyrlin tonight sent her away. She didn't see you. What were you watching?
Huh?
What were you doing?
I was watching Squid Game.
Ah, that's right.
I just finished. I was on episode 6. I just got done with season 1.
Nice.
So now it's time for season 2.
All right. Get her done.
Go on
I
to
believe.
season 3.
I believe. Nobody turns your bed down for you in the men's quarters. She gave him a level look.
I think you would like Squid Game.
Yeah, I probably would. I've tried to watch it, but just never gotten the chance. As in, I downloaded it, and it's on my PC, I just haven't watched it. One that would have set him stammering a year ago. Shook his head. They wouldn't use the maids to look for me, Nynaeve. I'm fucking dying here. Wake up! When I went to the buttery for a cup of milk earlier, there were too many women in the halls. Those who were attending the feast should have been getting dressed, and the others should either have been helping them or getting ready to serve or two. She frowned worriedly. There's more than enough work for everybody with the Amyrlin here, and they were not just here in the women's apartments. I saw the Lady Amelisa herself coming out of a storeroom near the buttery with her face all over dust. That's ridiculous. Why would she be part of a search? Or any of the women, for that matter. They'd be using Lord Agelmar's men and the Watchers, and the Aes Sedai.
They must just be doing something for the feast. Burn me if I know what a Shanaran feast takes. You are woolhead sometimes, Rand. The men I saw didn't know what the women you were looking for either. I heard some of them accompanying after having told about having to do all the work themselves. I know it makes no sense when they were not able to. I know it makes no sense that they were looking for you. None of the Aes Sedai seemed to be taking any interest, but Amelisa was not readying herself for the feast by dirtying her dress in a storeroom. They were looking for something important. Even if she began right after I saw her, she would barely have time to bathe and change. Speaking of which, if Egwene doesn't come back soon, she'll have to choose between changing and being late. For the first time, he realized that Nynaeve was not wearing the Two Rivers woollens he was used to. Her dress was pale blue silk, embroidered in snowdrop blossoms around the neck and down the sleeves. Each blossom centered a small pearl, and her belt was tooled in silver with a silver buckle set with pearls. He had never seen her in anything like that. If even feast-day clothes back home might not match it. You're going to the feast? Of course, even if Moiraine had not said I should, I would never let her think I was. Her eyes lit up fiercely for a moment, and he knew what she meant. Nynaeve would never let anyone think she was afraid, even if she was. Certainly not Moiraine, and especially not Lan. What's up?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Aight, sounds good. Yo, what's up, Abolia? How's it going today? We back to reading The Great Hunt, another fucking chapter. It's a good time. He hoped she did not know he was aware of her feelings for the warder. After a moment, her gaze softened as it fell on the sleeve of her dress. Lady Amelisa gave me this, she said so softly he wondered if she was speaking to herself. She stroked the silk with her fingers, outlining the embroidered fingers, smiling, lost in thought. I've 1 to 2 episode stories already. 2 to 3 episode stories already. Fuck yeah, book. I'm good, thank you. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Abolia. I'm super tired and I'm falling asleep at the wheel right now. I'm like double visioning and barely being able to keep my eyes open, but you know what? We're trucking through it. We got this. It is what it is. Can we talk for like 15 minutes after stream? If I'm not purely fucking dead, book, because I'm basically dead right now. But, I mean, we can try for it. Go take a nap. Okay, I'm gonna throw on a movie, guys, and we're gonna go take a nap, and I'll be back in an hour and a half. What movie you guys want to watch? It's very pretty on you, Nynaeve. You're pretty tonight. He winced as soon as he said it. Any wisdom was touchy about her authority, but Nynaeve was touchier than most. The women's circle back home had always looked over her shoulder because she was young, and maybe because she was pretty. And her fights with the mayor and the village council had been the stuff of stories. Don't care, anything is good. The women's circle back home had always she jerked her hand away from the embroidery and glared at him, brows lowering. He spoke quickly to forestall her. They can't keep the gates barred forever. Once they are opened, I will be gone, and the Aes Sedai will never find me. Perrin says there are places in the Black Hills and the Carlane Grass you can go for days without seeing a soul. Maybe I can figure out what to do about. He shrugged uncomfortably. There's no need to say it, not to her. And if I can't, there'll be no one to hurt. Nynaeve was silent for a moment. Then she said slowly, I'm not sure, Rand. I can't say you look like more than any another village boy to me. But Moiraine insists you're Ta'Veren, and I don't think she believes the wheel is finished with you. The Dark One seems... Shaitan is dead, he said harshly and abruptly. The room seemed to lurch. Grabbed his head, his waves of dizziness sloshed over him. You fool! You pure, blind, idiotic fool! Naming the Dark One, bringing his attention down on you. Don't you have enough trouble? He's dead, Rand muttered, rubbing his head. He swallowed. Dizziness was already fading. All right, balls him on if you want. But he's dead. I saw him die. I saw him burn. And I wasn't watching you when the Dark One's eye fell on you just now. Don't tell me you felt nothing, or I'll box your ears. I saw your face. He's dead, Rand insisted. The unseen watcher flashed through his head, and the wind on the tower top, he shivered. Strange things happened this close to the Blight. You are a fool, Rand al'Thor. She stood at him. She shook a fist at him. I would box your ears for you if I thought it would knock some sense. The rest of her words were swallowed as bells crashed out, ringing all over the keep. He bounced to his feet. That's an alarm. They're searching. Name the Dark One, and his evil comes down on you. Nynaeve stood more slowly, shaking her head uneasily. No, I don't think so. If they were searching for you, all the bells do is warn you. No, if it's an alarm, it's not for you. Then what? He hurried to the nearest arrow slit and peered out. Lights darted through the night, cloaked deep like firelights. Lamps and torches dashing here and there.
Listen, you need to go to bed.
Sorry, what?
I'm talking to my baby Ken.
I'm like, I should go to bed.
He's refusing right now.
Why do people keep telling me to go to bed? Maybe I will just go to bed.
No. I'm talking to my baby Ken that's refusing to go to sleep.
Lights darted through the night-cloaked keep like fireflies, lamps and torches dashing here and there. Some went to the outer walls and towers, but most of those that he could see milled through the garden below as one courtyard. He could just glimpse part of. Whether it caused the alarm was inside the keep. The bells fell silent, unmasking the shouts of men, but he could not make out what they were calling. Why do you call it when a midget has erectile dysfunction? Microsoft. Damn, Mike. That goes pretty hard. Yep, I could definitely get behind that. 100%. I see what you did there, Mike.
What do you call it when a truckload of vibrators goes to charity? Toys for twats.
Oh, you've got all of them, Mike. You've got all of them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting sick or something. Like, I'm so fucking tired. This is
Why
bullshit.
did the woman cross the road? That's not the point. Why is she not in the kitchen?
Yep. Mike's making good, solid points here, guys. Alright. Okay, we got like 5%. No, I needed like 5% energy back. My eyes were blurring to the point I couldn't even fucking read the page. If it isn't for me, Egwin, he said suddenly, if he's still alive, if there's any evil, it's supposed to come to me. Nynaeve turned from looking through another arrow slit. What? Egwin crossed the room, quick strides, and snatched his sword and scabbard free of the bundle. Light, it's supposed to hurt me, not her. She's in the dungeon with Fane. What if he loses? What if he's loose somehow? Stick your fingers in an outlet. Might lose the one brain cell you have, but it'll perk you right up. Scary thought, but I could do it.
Rue.
She caught him at the door, grabbing his arm. She was not as tall as his shoulder, but she held on like iron. Don't be a worse goat-brained fool than you've already been, Randall Thor. Even if this doesn't have anything to do with you, the women are looking for something. Light. Man, this is the women's apartments. There will be Aes Sedai out there in the halls, likely as not. Egwin will be alright. She was going to take Matt and Perrin with her. Even if she met trouble, they would look after her. What if she couldn't find them? Nynaeve, Egwin would never let that stop her. She would go alone, the same as you, and you know it. Light, I told her Fane is dangerous. Burn me, I told her. Pulling free, he jerked open the door and dashed out. Light, burn me, it's supposed to hurt me. A woman screamed at the sight of him in the laborer's coarse shirt and jerkin with a sword in his hand. Even invited men did not go armed into the women's apartment unless the keep was under attack. Women filled the corridors, serving women in the black and gold, ladies in the keep in silks of laces, women embroidered shawls and long fingers, all talking loudly at the same time, all demanding to know what was happening. Crying children clung to skirts everywhere. He plunged through them, dodging where he could, muttering apologies to those who he shouldered aside, trying to ignore their startled stares. One of the women in a shawl turned back into her room and saw the back of her shawl, saw the gleaming white teardrop in the middle of her back. Suddenly he recognized faces he had seen in the outer courtyard. Aes Sedai staring at him in alarm now. Who are you? What are you doing here? To keep under attack. Answer me, man. He's no soldier. Who is he? What's happening? It's the young Southland Lord. Someone stop him! Fear pushed his lips back, baring his teeth, but he kept moving, and he tried to move faster. Then a woman came out into the hall, face to face with him, and he stopped in spite of himself, recognized that face above the rest. He thought he would remember it if it lived forever. The Amyrlin seat. Her eyes widened at the sight of him, and she stared back. Another Aes Sedai. The tall woman he had seen with the staff, but put herself between him and the Amyrlin, shouting something at him that he could not make out over the increasing babble. Okay, we got another break. Ads. Okay, recharge time.
Scotty?
Yep.
I have to. Oh, ads are over.
No, they're not. I still got 10 seconds left.
Oh, no. Wait like 10 seconds just in case there's more ads.
Don't tell me there's more. Some people get
no,
less.
just in case if people have more.
Some people get more.
Some people get off ads, some people get on ads. Some people get off on ads. Some people get off on ads. Some people add on ads. I don't know, man. Whatever fancies your fancy. I mean, I'm not clicking it.
Please.
God damn it.
It's funny.
No, it's funny to you.
You don't know.
No! You are not getting away with this, you specky bumfluss. Specky what the fuck did you just call me? You better take that back. You didn't last 30 seconds extra for nothing. I last 30 seconds anyway! And that's why I haven't orgasmed in 3 years!
Okay.
You're not even listening to it. On the stream, you're just looking to your left.
That's where my monitor is.
It's just me and you in the chat now.
Yeah, everyone bailed out because, you know, I'm boring as fuck. And they all got tired and went to bed.
Yeah, because they're bums.
Void, Scotty is very tired.
Except
Hitox
for
will now
Book.
dance for you. Please fully enjoy
Oh,
this immersive
God.
experience.
This is the equivalent to turning your screen brightness to max and your volume to max when you're at 2% battery.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Come on, I'll look at your chat. Dang. Book's calling you a
Go take your nap, Scotty. You've earned it. You aren't 20 anymore. I want to finish this chapter and then I'm probably just going to end the stream, Book.
No.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
I mean, for all I know, this chapter is going to be another hour long.
I'd say no. But honestly, for you, it's what, 11 o'clock?
Yeah, it's 11:10 right now.
For me, it is.
And it's been a significantly busy week because I've added workload, which is doing the Diablo
now
stories.
3:10
So it's like I
PM.
have another thing on top of me. I should go to bed too instead of the 15 minutes right after we can chat at 10.
Why
Instead, so you can sleep right away. It's not urgent.
streaming
All
at
right,
lunchtime?
I can stream whenever the fuck I want.
Well, you're streaming at lunchtime. For me, it's 3 o'clock.
Well, that's good, right? Then it's prime time for you to watch me. Then a woman came out into the hall face to face with him, and he stopped in spite of himself. He recognized that face above the rest. He thought he would remember it if he lived forever. The Amberlin seat. Her eyes widened at the sight of him, and she stared back. Another Aes Sedai, the tall woman he had seen with the staff, put herself between him and the Amberlin, shouting something at him that he could not make out over the increasing babble. She knows, light help me, she knows! Moiraine told her! Snarling, he ran on, light. Just let me make sure Egwene's safe before they... He heard shouting behind him, but he did not listen. I love the booby elf girl, she makes me happy. Oh, Asuna? Good. I'm glad, Book. It was a good suggestion. There was enough turmoil around him out in the keep. Men running for the courtyards with swords in hands, never looking at him. Over the clamor of alarm bells, he could make out other noises. Now, shouts, screams, metal ringing on metal. He had just time to realize they were the sounds of battle, fighting, inside Faldara, when 3 Trollocs came dashing around a corner in front of him. Hairy snouts, distorted otherwise human faces, and one of them had ram's horns. They bared teeth, raised scythe-like swords as they sped toward him.
The hallway that had been full of running men a moment before was empty now except for the 3 Trollocs and himself. Caught by surprise, he unsheathed his sword awkwardly, tried hummingbird kisses, the honey rose shaken at finding Trollocs in the heart of Faldar Keep. He did the form so badly, Lan would have stalked off in disgust. A bare-snouted Trolloc evaded easily, bumping the other 2 off stride for just an instant. Suddenly, there was a dozen Shinarians running past him at the Trolloc's men, half dressed in finery for the feast, with swords at the ready. The bare-snouted Trolloc snarled as it died, and its companions ran, pursued by shouting men waving steel. Shouts and screams filled the air from everywhere. Egwin turned deeper into the keep, running down hills, empty of life, though now and again a dead Trolloc lay on the floor, a dead man. Then he came to a crossing of corridors, and to his left was the tail end of a fight. 6 top-knotted men lay bleeding and still, and the 7th was dying. The mirror drill gave its sword an extra twist as it pulled the blade free of the man's belly, and the soldier screamed as he dropped his sword and fell. The Fade moved with viperous grace, the serpent illusion heightened by the armor of black, overlapping plates that covered its chest. It turned, and that pale, eyeless face studied Rand. It started toward him, smiling a bloodless smile, not hurrying. It had no need to hurry for one man alone. He felt rooted where he stood, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, a look of the eyeless as fear. That was what they said along the border. His hands shook as he raised his sword. He never even thought of assuming the void. Light. It just killed 7 armed soldiers together. Light, what am I going to do? Light! Abruptly, the mirror drill stopped. Smile gone. This one is mine, Rand. Rand gave a start as Ingtar stepped up beside him, dark and stocky in yellow feast day coat, sword held in both hands. I now know the rules for erotica that's AI written for posting to Amazon. Hell yeah, book. Perfect. Ingtar's dark eyes never left the Fade's face. If the Shinarin felt the fear of that gaze, he gave no sign. Try yourself on a Trolloc or 2, he said softly, before you face one of these. I was coming down to see if Egwin is safe. She was going to the dungeon to visit Fanon, then goes to see her. Rand swallowed. We'll take it together, Ingtar. You aren't ready for this. Go see to your girl. Go! You want Trollocs to find her unprotected. For a moment, Rand hung there, undecided. The Fade had raised its sword for Ingtar. A silent snarl twisted Ingtar's mouth, but Rand knew it was not fear, and Egwin could be alone in the dungeon with Fane, or worse. Still, he felt ashamed as he ran for the stairs that led underground. He knew a Fade's look could make any man afraid, but Ingtar had conquered the dread. His stomach still felt knotted. Corridors beneath the keep were silent and feebly ill by flickering, far-spaced lamps on the walls. As slowly as he came, closing to the dungeons, creeping as silently as he could on his toes, the grate of his boots on the bare stone seemed to fill his ears. The door to the dungeon stood cracked open a hand's breadth. It should have been closed and bolted. Staring at the door, he tried to swallow and could not. He opened his mouth to call out, then shut it again quickly. If Egwin was in there and in trouble, shouting would only warn whoever was endangering her, or whatever. Taking a deep breath, he set himself. In one moment, he pushed the door wide open, and with the scabbard of his left hand, he drew himself into the dungeon, tucking his shoulder under to roll through the straw covering the floor, and come to his feet, spinning his way and this way and that too quickly to get a clear picture of the room, looking desperately for anyone who might attack him, looking for Egwin. There was no one there. His eyes fell on the table, and he stopped dead, breath and even thought freezing. On either side of the still burning lamp, as if to make a centerpiece, sat the heads of the guards in two pools of blood. Their eyes stared at him, wide with fear, and their mouths gaped in the last scream no one could hear. Rand gagged and doubled over. His stomach heaved again and again as he vomited into the straw. Finally, he managed to pull himself erect, scrubbing his mouth with a sleeve. His throat felt scraped raw. Slowly, he became aware of the rest of the room, only half seen and not taken in during the hasty search for an attacker. Bloody lumps of flesh lay scattered through the straw. There was nothing he could recognize as human except the two heads. Some of the pieces looked chewed, so that's what happened to the rest of their bodies. He was surprised at the calmness of his thoughts, almost as if he had achieved the void without trying. It was the shock, he knew vaguely. He did not recognize either of the heads. The guards had been changed since he was there earlier. He was glad for that. Knowing who they were, even Changu would have made it worse. Blood covered the walls too, but in scrawled letters, single words, and a whole sentence splashed on every which way. Some were harsh and angular, and in a language he did not know, though he recognized Trollocs script. Others he could read and wished he could not. Blasphemies and obscenities bad enough to make a stable hand or a merchant's guard go pale. Egwin. Calmness vanished. Shoving his scabbard through his belt, he snatched the lamp from the table, hardly noticing when the heads toppled over. Egwin, where are you? He started towards the inner door, took 2 steps, and stopped, staring. The words on the door, dark and glistening, went in the light of the lamp, were plain enough. We will meet again on Toman Head. It is never over, Althor. Ooh, shit, it's a threat! His sword dropped from a hand, suddenly numb. Never taking his eyes off the door, he bent to pick it up. Instead, he grabbed a handful of straw and began scrubbing furiously at the words on the door. Panting, he scrubbed until it was all one bloody smear, but he could not stop. What do you do? At the sharp voice behind him, he whirled, stooping to seize the sword. A woman stood in the outer doorway, back stiff with outrage. Her hair was like pale gold in a dozen or more braids, but her eyes were dark and sharp on his face. She looked much older than he, and pretty in a sulky way, but there was a tightness in her mouth he did not like. Then he saw the shawl she had wrapped tightly around her, with its long red fringe. Aes Sedai, and light help me, it's red Ajah. It's filthy stuff, vile. Everything must be left exactly as it is for us to examine. Touch nothing. She took a step forward, peering at him, and he took one back. Yes, as I thought, one of those with Moiraine. What do you have to do with this? Her gesture took in the heads on the table and the bloody scrawl on the wall. For a minute, he goggled at her. Me? Nothing. I came down here to find Egwin. He turned to open the inner door, and the Aes Sedai shouted, No, you will answer me. Suddenly, it was all he could do to stand up, to keep holding the lamp and his sword. Icy cold squeezed at him from all sides. His head felt caught in a frozen vice. He could barely breathe from the pressure in his chest. Answer me, boy. Tell me your name. Involuntarily, he grunted, trying to answer against the chill that seemed to be pressing his face back into his skull, constricting his chest like frozen iron bands. He clenched his jaw to keep the sound in. Painfully, he rolled his eyes to glare at her through a blur of tears. The light burn you, Aes Sedai. I won't say a word. The shadow take you. Answer me, boy, now. Frozen needles pierced his brain with agony, grated into his bones. The void formed inside him before he even realized he had thought of it, but it could not hold out the pain. Dimly, he sensed light and warmth somewhere in the distance. It flickered queasily, but the light was warm, and he was cold, distant, beyond knowing, but somehow just within reach. Light, so cold. I have to reach. What? She's killing me. I have to reach it, or she'll kill me. Desperately, he stretched toward the light. What is going on here? Abruptly, the cold and the pressure of the needles vanished. His knees sagged, but he forced them stiff. He would not fall to his knees. He would never give her the satisfaction. The void was gone, too, as suddenly as it had come. She was trying to kill me. Panting, he raised his head. Moiraine stood in the doorway. I asked, what is going on here, Leandrin? She said. I found this boy here, the Red Aes Sedai replied calmly. The guards are murdered, and he is here. One of yours. And what are you doing here, Moiraine? The battle is above, not here. I could ask the same of you, Leandrin. Moiraine looked around the room with only a slight tightening of her mouth for the charnel. Why are you here? Rand turned away from them, awkwardly shoved back the bolts on the inner door and pulled it open. Egwin came down here, he announced for anyone who cared, and went in, holding his lamp high. His knees kept wanting to give way. He was not sure how he stayed on his feet, only that he had to find Egwin. Egwin! A hollow gurgle and a thrashing sound came from his right, and he thrust the lamp that way. The prisoner in the fancy coat was sagging against the iron grill in his cell. His belt looped around the bars and then around his neck. As Rand looked, gave one last kick, scraping across the straw-covered floor, and was still, tongue and eyes bulging out of a face gone almost black. His knees almost touched the floor. He could have stood any time he wanted to. Shivering, Rand peered into the next cell. The big man with sulken knuckles huddled in the back of his cell, eyes as wide as they could open. At the sight of Rand, he screamed and twisted around, clawing frantically at the stone wall. I won't hurt you, Rand called. The man kept on screaming and digging. His hands were bloody, and his scrabbling streaks across dark, congealed smears. This was not his first attempt to dig through the stone with his bare hands. Rand turned away, relieved that his stomach was already empty, but there was nothing he could do for either of them. Egwin! His light finally reached the end of the cells. The door to Fane's cell stood open and the cell was empty, but it was the two shapes in the stone in front of the cell that made Rand leap forward and drop to his knees between them. Egwin and Mat lay sprawled, bonelessly unconscious, were dead. With a flood of relief, he saw their chests rise and fall. There did not seem to be a mark on either of them. Egwin, Mat! Setting the sword down, he shook Egwin gently. Egwin! She did not open her eyes. Moiraine, Egwin's hurt! And Mat! Mat's breathing sounded labored and his face was deathly pale. Rand felt almost like crying. It's supposed to hurt me! I named the Dark One! Me! Not move them. Moiraine did not sound upset or even surprised. Chamber was suddenly flooded with a light as two Aes Sedai entered, each balanced a glowing ball of cool light floating in the air above her hand. Leandrin marched straight down in the middle of the wide hall, holding her skirts up out of straw in her free hand, and Moiraine paused to look at the two prisoners before following. There's nothing to do for the one, she said, and the other can wait. Leandrin reached Rand first and began to bend forward. Toward Egwin. Moiraine darted in ahead of her and laid her free hand on Egwin's head. Leandrin straightened with a grimace. She is not badly hurt, Moiraine said after a moment. She was struck here. She glanced at an area at the side of Egwin's head, covered by her hair. Rand could see nothing different about it. That is the only injury she has taken. She will be all right. Rand looked from one Aes Sedai to the other. What about Mat? Leandrin arched an eyebrow at him and turned to watch Moiraine with a wry expression. Be quiet, Moiraine said, fingers still lying on the area where she said Egwin had been hit. She closed her eyes. Egwin murmured and stirred, then lay still. She is sleeping. Rand, she will be well, but she must sleep. Moiraine shifted to Mat, but here she only touched him for a moment before drawing back. This is more serious, she said softly. She fumbled at Mat's waist, pulling his coat open, and made an angry sound. The dagger is gone. What dagger? Leandrin asked. Voices suddenly came from the outer room. Men exclaimed in disgust and anger. In here, Moiraine called. Bring 2 litters, quickly. Someone in the outer room raised a cry for litters. Fane is gone, Rand said. The 2 Aes Sedai looked at him. He could read nothing on their faces. Their eyes glittered in the light. So I see, Moiraine said in a flat voice. I told her not to come. I told her he was dangerous. When I came, Leandrin said in a cold voice, he was destroying the writing on the outer chamber. He shifted uneasily on his knees. Aes Sedai's eyes seemed alike now, measuring and weighing him, cool and terrible.
It was filth, he said, just filth. They just looked at him, not speaking. I don't think Moiraine, you can't think I had anything to do with what happened here. Light, did I? I named the Dark One. She did not answer, and he felt a chill that was not lessened by men rushing in with torches and lamps. Moiraine and Leandrin let their glowing balls wink out. The lamps and torches did not give as much light. Shadows sprang up in the depths of the cells. Men with litters hurried to the figures lying on the floor. Ingtar led them. His topknot almost quivered with anger, and he looked eager to find something on which to use his sword. So the Dark Friend is gone too, he growled. Well, it's the least of what has happened this night. The least even here, Moiraine said sharply. She directed the men, putting Egwene and Mat on the litters. The girl is to be taken to her room. She needs a woman to watch in case she wakes in the night. She may be frightened, but more than anything else, she needs sleep now. The boy, she touched Mat as two men lifted his litter and pulled her hand back quickly. Take him to the Amyrlin Seat's chambers. Find the Amyrlin wherever she is and tell her he is there. Tell her his name is Matron Cawthon. I will join her as soon as I am able. The Amyrlin! Leandrin exclaimed. You think to have the Amyrlin as healer for your pet? You are mad, Moiraine! The Amyrlin Seat, Moiraine said calmly, does not share your Red-Ajah prejudices, Leandrin. She will heal a man without need of a special use for him. Go ahead. She told the litter bearers. Leandrin watched them leave. Moiraine and the men carrying Mat and Egwene then turned to stare at Rand, tried to ignore her. He concentrated on scabbarding his words and brushing off the straw that clung to his shirt and breeches. When he raised his head, though, she was still studying him, her face as blank as ice. Saying nothing, she turned to consider the other men thoughtfully. One held the body of the hanged man up, while another worked to unfasten the belt. Ingtar and the others waited respectfully. With a last glance at Rand, she left, head held like a queen. A hard woman, Ingtar muttered, and seemed surprised that he had spoken. What happens here, Rand al'Thor? Rand shook his head. I don't know, except that Fane escaped somehow and hurt Egwene and Mat that doing it. I saw the guard room, he shuddered. But in here, whatever it was, Ingtar, it scared that fellow bad enough that he hung himself. I think the other one's gone mad from seeing it. We're all going mad tonight. The Fade, you killed it. No, Ingtar slammed his sword into its sheath, the hilt stuck out from his right shoulder. Seemed angry and ashamed at the same time. It's out of the keep by now, along with the rest of what we could not kill. At least you're alive, Ingtar. That Fade killed 7 men. Alive? Is that so important? Suddenly Ingtar's face was no longer angry, but tired and full of pain. We had it in our hands! In our hands! We lost it, Rand. Lost it! Sounded as if he could not believe what he was saying. Lost what, Rand asked. The horn! The horn of Valir! It's gone! Chest and all! But it was in the strong room. I'm retarded. I didn't even think that the reason they would be here would be for the fucking horn. But who the fuck told them that the horn... Oh my god. Did someone mention the horn of a steer to fucking... Fane? So they knew that it was there? Oh my fucking god. And that, like, the idea that the red are also the black is, like, so great. I love that idea. That the red Ajah are secretly actually the black Ajah. Absolute fucking cinema. But it was in the strong room. Strong room was looted, Ingtar said wearily. They did not take much except for the horn. What they could stuff in their pockets. I wish they had taken everything else and left that. Ronan is dead, and the watchman he had guarding the strong room. His voice became quiet. When I was a boy, Ronan held Jehan Tower with 20 men against 1,000 Trollocs. He did not go down easily, though. The old man had blood on his dagger. No man can ask more than that. He was silent for a moment. It just reminds me of that scene from Game of Thrones.
If any man dies without blood on his sword, I'll fuck his corpse. Silent for a moment. They came in through the dog gate and left the same way. We put an end to 50 or more, but too many escaped. Trollocs. I've never before had Trollocs inside the keep. We've never before had Trollocs inside the keep. Never. How could they get in through the dog gate, Ingtar? One man could stop 100 there, and all the gates are barred. He shifted uneasily, remembering why. The guards would not have opened it to let anybody in. Their throats were cut, Ingtar said, both good men, and yet they were butchered like pigs. It was done from inside. Someone killed them, then opened the gate. Someone who could get close to them without suspicion. Someone they knew. Rand looked at the empty cell. I'm gonna go eat and go to sleep. Night. Alright, sounds good, Book. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. And we'll talk tomorrow. I will be on Discord and looking out for your message. Rand looked at the empty cell where Pat and Fane had been. But that means... Yes, there are dark friends inside Faldara. Or were. We will soon know if that's the case. Kajin is checking now to see if anyone is missing. Peace. Treachery in Faldara Keep. Scowling, he looked around the dungeon at the men waiting for him. They all had swords worn over feast day clothes, and some had helmets. We aren't doing any good here. Out, everyone! Rand joined the withdrawal. Ingtar tapped Rand's jerkin. What is this? Have you decided to become a stableman? It's a long story, Rand said. Too long to tell here. Maybe some other time. Maybe never, if I'm lucky. Maybe I can escape all this confusion. No, I can't. Not until I know Egwin's all right. And Matt, Light, what will happen to him without the dagger? Suppose Lord Egelmar's doubled the guard on all gates. Tripled, Ingtar said in tones of satisfaction. No one will pass those gates from inside or out. As soon as Lord Egelmar heard what had happened, he ordered that no one was to be allowed to leave the keep without his personal permission. As soon as he heard, Ingtar was about Ingtar, what about before? What about the earlier order keeping everyone in? Earlier order? What earlier order? I fucking knew it! Rand, the keep was not closed until Lord Egelmar heard of this. Someone told you wrong. Rand shook his head slowly. Neither Regan nor Tema would have made up something like that, and even if the Amerlin seat had given the order, Ingtar would have to know of it. So who? And how? He glanced sideways at Ingtar, wondering if the Shanaran was lying. You really are going mad if you suspect Ingtar. They were in the dungeon guard room now. The severed heads and the pieces of the guards had been removed, though there were still red smears on the table and damp patches in the straw to show where they had been. 2 Aes Sedai were there, placid-looking women with brown fringed furalls, studying the words scrawled on the walls, careless of what their skirts dragged through the straw. Each had a topknot in had an ink pot in a writing case hung on her belt, and was making fuck. We almost made it. We almost made it through. Dance, fat dad, red dad, pad dad, man's mad dad, bad red head dad ants. It's an ad bad, mad dad, red bad, mad bad dad dad. Ads. How dare they add ads to ads? Ads on ads with ads for ads when ads go ads on ads up in ads with ads. Get us some ads, get you some ads, go find something to spend your money on for ads. What's your turnover for ads? Is it high, is it low? Per ad you watch, what consumption item do you buy? How many ads do you see versus what do you buy? I don't know, but I can tell you why I don't buy. It's 'cause I don't see ads. I mean, what? They never even glanced at the men trooping through. Look here, Varen, one of them said, pointing to a section of stone covered with lines of Trolloc script. This looks interesting. The other hurried over, picking up reddish stains on her skirt. Yes, I see, a much better hand than the rest. Not a Trolloc. Very interesting. She began writing in her book, looking up every so often to read the angular letters on the wall. Rand hurried out. Even if they had not been a Sedai, he would not have wanted to remain in the same room with anyone who thought reading Trolloc script written in human blood was interesting. Ingtar and his men stalked on ahead, intent on their duties. Rand dawdled, wondering where he could go now. Getting back into the women's apartments would not be easy without Egwene to help. Light. Let her be all right. Moiraine said she'd be all right. Lan found him before he reached the first stairs leading up. You can go back to your room if you want, sheepherder. Moiraine had your things fetched from Egwene's room and taken to yours. How did she know? Moiraine knows a great many things, sheepherder. You should understand that by now. You had better watch yourself. The women are all talking about you running through the halls, waving a sword, staring down the Amyrlin, so they say. Light, I'm sorry they're angry, Lan, but I was invited in, and when I heard the alarm, burned me. Egwene was down here. Lan pursed his lips thoughtfully. It was the only expression on his face. Oh, they're not angry exactly, though most of them think you need a strong hand to settle you down some. Fascinated is more like it. Even the Lady Emelisa can't stop asking questions about you. Some of them are starting to believe the servants' tales. They think you're a prince in disguise, sheepherder. Not a bad thing. There's an old saying here in the Borderlands. Better to have one woman on your side than 10 men. The way they are talking amongst themselves, they're trying to decide whose daughter is strong enough to handle you. If you don't watch your steps, sheepherder, you'll find yourself married to a Shannara house before you realize what has happened. Suddenly he burst out laughing. It looked odd, like a rock laughing. Running through the halls of the women's apartments in the middle of the night wearing a laborer's jerkin and waving a sword. If they don't have you flogged at the very least, they'll talk about you for years. They have never seen a male as peculiar as you. Whatever wife they chose for you, she'd probably have you the head of your own house in 10 years. Have you thinking you had done it yourself. Besides, it is too bad to have you leave. Too bad you have to leave. Rand had been gaping at the warder, but now he growled, I've been trying. The gates are guarded and no one can leave. I tried while it was still daylight. I couldn't even take Red out of the stable. No matter now. Moiraine sent me to tell you. You can leave any time you want to, even right now. Moiraine had Egilmar exempt you from the order. Why now and not earlier? Why couldn't I leave before? Was she the one who had the gates barred then? Ingtar said he knew nothing about any order to keep people in before tonight. Rand thought the warder looked troubled, but all he said was, when someone gives you a horse, sheepherder, don't complain that it isn't as fast as you'd like. What about Egwene and Matt? Are they really all right? I can't leave until I know they're all right. The girl is fine. She'll wake in the morning and probably not even remember what happened. Blows to the head are like that. What about Matt? Choice is up to you, sheepherder. You can leave now or tomorrow or next week. It's up to you. He walked away, leaving Rand standing there in the corridor, deep under Faldara Keep. End of chapter 6. Woo! That was a pretty short chapter. Oh, but yeah, I'm fucking just done. Today was a long day. We had a lot of videos that we made today, and with doing all the Diablo stuff, I stayed up till like 4 o'clock, and then I was up at like 6:30, and then I was doing more Diablo stuff today, but I think, because next week, so this week we've got Humanity Fuck Yeah. Next week is individual short stories from the community, so like a kind of community spotlight on, like, let's say the most voted in short stories. And then week after that is gonna be a entire like one to Ubers attempt in Diablo with like a narrative storyline backed up on it. So I kind of have like a storyline laid out for each quest and like an expanded universe for how each quest goes, incorporating every single zone in the game and kind of expanding on more ideas for the lore and stuff like that, and adding my own character as a narrative storytelling into like the world of Sanctuary like we did with the pilot episode. And yeah, that's pretty much our plans for the next month. So, we'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks for coming around. Thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to go check out the YouTube and check out the news stories and everything. And remember, never stop being you, never stop creating, never stop imagining, and never let anyone tell you that your creations aren't worth or have value, because they do. Even if it's small, it don't matter. And even if it's only to you, they have value. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we raiding today? Where we go and what we do and what we add and what we got, I'll tell you. It's a raid. Oh, we're gonna raid in a raid. It's a raid for a raid. Oh, I will raid. Raids on, raids off, raids in, raids out, raids on, raids over, raids. So get your wheels ready. Here we go. See you on the other side. Yeah.
What was that? What in the world? I missed something. Oh, a raid!
Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace!